See how we go.
Excellent connection. It says we're live. Well, there
Yeah?
we go. Hello, everyone.
How's it going? Yeah,
Um,
well.
well, for you, obviously Freaky's a bit short of breath. Um, Not because he's an unbelievable Iron Man, which he is,
Mm-hmm.
but he has just finished watching his beloved Penrith Panthers once again stick it right up the West Tigers, and I believe he's been batting furiously for the last 25 minutes.
I see. I would say, furiously towards the end because you want to sort of build up towards the end, you know.
Oh yeah,
Um,
absolutely.
yeah, but definitely the second half there was just a solid momentum to it, and yeah, but the
Rhythmic,
last 5 minutes it was crazy. It was crazy, man.
like a hypnotic rhythm.
Yeah, pretty much.
Yeah,
Like, I mean, if you're gonna do it, you got to do it right.
and pace yourself.
Well, yeah. Like,
Not
although I've got
don't
to say,
don't go into it like the West Tigers did and do the load in the first 15 minutes.
yeah, exactly. You wanna get to the end and then bust.
Exactly. Exactly. Yeah, they've been around for 20 odd
Just-
years, the Tigers. They still haven't figured this out yet.
They will one day. It's you know.
You're far too optimistic.
So tell me what you thought of the game first.
I thought the Tigers were shit from start to finish. I know that a
Really?
lot of people were thinking that they were right in the game for that first 20 minutes, and I just went, I don't think so. I think what happened is Penrith turned up and went, let's just cushion that early impact when they've all got their energy,
Hmm.
and then when that fades, we'll just do our natural thing. And that's kind of what happened. Tigers got all excited, and then Benji set up, admittedly, a really good try for Nofaluma, some good vision to prove that he still has that good vision.
Hmm.
And then Tigers were nothing after that try. Literally nothing after that try. And Penrith just cushioned the early impact, and then as the match wore on through the middle of the first half and through the second half, just casually, slowly up the ante throughout the game. The Tigers couldn't match them.
Yeah, it early on. It looked like the Panthers' attack was a little bit clunky to me. And it was interesting. There was a point there in the first half, and there was 12 minutes left, and Nathan Cleary put a long kick down the field early in the tackle count, and the Tigers forwards didn't get back on side basically for the entire set, and it seemed like that was the turning point. Dewey got kicked, sent to the bin like about 2 minutes after that, and it was all one-way traffic after that point in the game. And the Panthers' attack was obviously, they clicked into gear in that second half. But even when the score was like 12 points to 6 for a while there, it never felt like the game was ever in any doubt, which was
No.
a pretty poor sign for the West Tigers, I thought.
Yeah, it certainly was. They were, as I said, they weren't even in it. This fully outclassed.
Mm-hmm.
The Tigers should be very grateful that Kickout wasn't playing, because God, he would have decimated their middle.
Yeah.
Oh,
Yeah,
it was so feeble, and Penrith barely went there. They just kept hanging on the edges, and that was enough.
yeah, yeah. It was kind of, as a Panthers fan, like they didn't play their best tonight. I thought it could have been an absolute smashing, but when you don't play your best and you win 30-6, like it's a pretty nice place to be in. It's a place where I don't think I've ever actually followed a Panthers team that's been in that position before. So yeah, I mean the West Tigers, like one of the things that stood out for me was every time that Mbai got the ball, he got absolutely dominated and ragdolled, and it's kind of shocking that like he's the highest paid player.
Mm-hmm. He's not even close to earning that salary.
No.
God, he's average. So just quick, I want to say Ron Bollerman has joined into the live chat here on the YouTube stream here, and he said, "Good evening, gentlemen." I'd like to say good evening, Ron.
G'day, Ron. How are you, champion?
I think anyone called Ron is a man of class. Probably has a mustache as well.
Yeah, I would reckon a thick one too. Like, what would you say? Not illustrious, not luscious. Like
Meaty.
meaty moustache.
Yeah, he'd have a meaty moustache.
That feels weird.
Very meaty.
We need to tweet out that we're doing this live right now. Hey,
That's a good idea. Tell you what, I set up the YouTube thing. I'll leave you to do the Twitter stuff.
okay, that's what I'm doing right now.
Yeah. Carsten Brummer's in. Hi and goodbye. Have a phone conference now and we'll be back later, maybe. You'll be back, Carsten. You'll be back.
You'll be back. We know you'll be back.
Yeah, tell you what, we'll keep this live chat going until, I don't know, 2 or 3 a.m. So we've got about 6 hours on here. So make that phone conference snappy.
I feel like if he's not back now, he'll be back in about 20 to 25 years, and he'll be back better than ever.
Oh, yeah, absolutely. Retro
Yeah.
Brummer.
Yeah. Okay.
Just don't put
Just,
up... I'll leave that one.
just tweeting it out.
So don't put up any walls, Carsten.
No.
Yeah. Just come back. Same as you always were.
Try and be chilled, man.
Yeah,
Try and be chilled when you come back.
Take it easy, man. Take it easy.
Yeah, I've done it on that one. I'll just retweet it onto the podcast one, I think.
Oh, good. So, man, I went onto Twitter for the game, and I thought, you know what? I'll get involved. I'll make some tweets.
Yeah.
And because I thought, Freaky will be on there. He'll be doing the same thing. And you were just a ghost the whole game. What happened?
I know. I know.
I am trying to provide a bit of personality out there, so there's a bit of a setup. And we know how depleted in personality I am. I'm sitting there, man, I'm working hard here, and you're giving me nothing.
It's, you know, what are you supposed to say? Like, there's just themes that I feel like I would have been going back to, like bias crap, like Joey Leilua, Money in the Bank, Joey Leilua when we play him, and yeah, there were just little things. I thought, it was good to see O come back. He played really well, but yeah, it was just a solid performance, and not too much that really jumped out at me where I was like, oh, that's terrible, or oh, that's great. It was just a solid performance, really. I think that's why I was so quiet. I was also chatting with our CEO Nadine in DMs too during the game as well. We were talking about. I probably, all my good stuff went in DMs.
as it usually does.
Look, yeah, pretty much.
We can go through some of my tweets and discuss that, because that's a bit of a reminder of some of the key parts of the game, I guess. Okay,
yeah, go for it.
Okay, so first one I got here is Mansell playing like a Broncos fullback.
Well, yeah.
Because he ran up way early on that try that Nofaluma scored.
Yeah,
and by the time he'd run all the way up, Benji Marshall strolled along and just went, I'll just kick behind you now. And then Mansell stopped, turned around and saw Nofaluma already 20 metres down past him. He's just gone, fucked up there.
Yeah, it's going to happen.
And then I think he missed a tackle and he dropped a ball after it. His first 20 minutes were horrid.
Yeah, so was Edwards. Edwards' first 20 minutes were fucking terrible.
Yeah. In Edwards' defence, he did get better as the match wore on, but yeah, the first 20 minutes of those two was very bad.
I still think Edwards at fullback is the biggest weakness we've got, though. Like, I don't think when he takes on the line, anybody's worried about him breaking the line. I just don't think he's strong enough to do that. And when he runs the ball back from fullback, I'd just like to see him take more meters and not run across field as much. And when you throw in the mistakes that he makes, he's good for a couple of mistakes a game. And that worries me, because we're so solid across the rest of the field that if we were just good at fullback, like, I don't know what you would really target in the line.
Yeah. Next one I had was Tommy Talau should get 2 points for that dunk.
What dunk was that?
He went to score a try and he slammed the ball down short of the line.
Yeah. If you know what? If we played on fields that were 98 metres long, that would have been a solid try.
That was a good one. But yeah, I mean, you get 2 points for a dunk, so you should have got 2 for that.
Yeah.
Well, this will be a quick summary here. Oh, yeah. When the Tigers dropped 6-0, I said, is it full time yet? It is, isn't it? It's 9:30 p.m. somewhere.
I saw that.
Yeah.
I saw that one and I was like, my first thought was like, is he watching the game? But yeah.
And then we saw some scuffling start to break out. And I tweeted, I feel a Joey Leilua brain explosion coming on. And he delivered later on.
Yeah, he did. I felt like it was a little bit harsh. I think he definitely smacked Crichton out the way, but it wasn't like he dragged him down or anything.
No, but it was completely stupid and he should know better. Plus, he also had a shoulder charge, which was a blatant shoulder charge earlier in the game as well.
Yeah, that's true. I wouldn't be shocked if he got some points for that one. And knowing how bad his record is, it's probably weak.
It's a good thing he's got accountancy to fall back on.
Yeah, well, I know I'll be taking my taxes there. I hear he's well regarded by Willie Mason.
Jeez, I'd use him. What's this thing? Naden is all over Dewey like Nythorn West Tigers.
It was funny that Naden was up for this game. You could see, like, anything that happened, it was like Naden was right there.
He shut down Dewey really well.
Mm.
Tigers attacking sets are fast running out of energy, and about 10 minutes after I tweeted that, Penrith scored.
Mm-hmm.
And then there was the the Jerome Luai dive. And I tweeted, imagine being so soft that you get hurt by a Benji Marshall tackle.
Yeah, it was a bit of a smack in the mouth. He was bleeding somewhere. I guess it was in his mouth. But the way he went down, it was a little bit, a bit soft.
Like, he copped the stray hand that kind of brushed his stubble.
Yeah.
And then about 3 or 4 seconds later, he's gone, hit to the face. Oh! Very delayed reaction.
I tell you what, there was one in, I believe, the Cronulla game against the Cowboys. I can't remember who it was, but they did the same sort of thing where they acted like they'd been shot dead, and they were fine.
Yeah. I just hate diving. It's so soft.
It is, yeah. But I understand why the players do it.
Oh, yeah, absolutely. And in that case, it did actually lead to Penrith scoring a try, I think, a set later.
Yeah.
So, fair enough. Now, after Penrith made a break, and they almost scored, they then managed to completely fuck up the very next play and turn the ball over with the line wide open. And I said, Panthers blew their load too quick there. What happened to that composure displayed so well for the last few months? They then went on to win the game 30-6.
Oops.
Liam Martin is a damn good player. Typical Riverina product. # not as good as Nigel Plum.
I saw that one.
He is a damn good player. I love the line he runs.
How about this? I put together my Australian team about 5 days ago. Going to do it for a podcast. I think I need to... There's a few players in there that I need to refine a little bit, but he's in my starting forward pack.
I've not put mine together yet, so I'm not going to pass judgment.
That's all right, because I know there's a lot of, you've got to go through them and look at form and look at, who can do the job and stuff. And when I was looking at it, I was like, I want someone like him in my forward pack for Australia, because I think if you pick a forward, and I think this is what the Broncos have fallen into. You can pick a forward pack where you're like, oh man, my forward pack's huge, but you miss that mobility. And I think that someone like Martin gives you. He gives you that mobility, but I also think he's one of those players. He hits a hole really well, and he gets through a lot of work in defence. And I just think he's that sort of player that he's made for rep football, and like at NRL level, he's just one of those players that no one likes tackling.
Yeah. He's got that like Paul Gallen type build where he's got that low center of gravity, so his leg drive is really strong. It also means that when he makes a tackle, he stays stuck to the tackle. You never saw Paul Gallen get pushed off a tackle too often. He's stuck to it pretty well. And Liam Martin is much the same. When he goes in to make a tackle, you don't shrug him off. He's got that low center of gravity. Really, really sound tackling technique too.
Yeah, it's rare that he loses the collision in attack or defence too. So yeah, I think of all of the players, everyone talks about Kickow and that, Fisher Harris, I think Martin is the dude that is the extra thing that we've got in the Panthers pack. And we're lucky to have him, we're very lucky to have him.
Yeah, he's definite champion, that bloke.
Yeah, and we re-signed him for a few more years too.
I would too.
Week. So, yeah.
I then decided to keep going about Jerome Luai. Said he once got admitted to outpatients when he stepped on a pillow.
Oh, jeez.
And someone replied with a brilliant tweet. And it's fitting because it's about Formula One, which is on at the moment. The qualifying's not far away from starting. Mm-hmm. He said, F1 have 4 choice of tyre compounds for every race weekend. Hard, medium, soft, and Jerome Luai.
That's a bit rough.
The Luai is perfect in Q3 when you're going for pole.
He had a pretty good game in attack. And how about that little short ball he put on to Scorsese there, who went into who made the break. And then just unfortunate they couldn't finish it off. The Tigers actually covered all of his passing lanes pretty well on that play. But
he's always had a good short passing game though.
Yeah.
And it's both sides.
Yeah, and he was looking to he takes the ball on the line on pretty well when he's running the ball as well.
Yeah.
So, and if he can just learn, and that pass was a perfect example of threaten to run it, but then put that short ball on. And when he starts doing that consistently, man, how do you stop Penrith's attack?
I think the play I'd love to see is him taken to the line with Kickow running on one side and Martin on the inside.
Yeah, yeah.
How do you stop that play?
Yeah, or even Kickow, coming, if they can add something on the outside of him, but have Kickow coming back on the inside, and he can get a Kickow coming back on the inside and passing it to him a few times, but just being able to threaten doing that, it's going to put his defender. Yeah, what are you going to do?
You got Kickow starting wide, running back in towards the post on a straightened line, and Crichton sweeping around the back.
Good luck.
You can't stop it.
No.
And they haven't even bothered to try that yet. That's the thing that's scary, is that they're winning games and they're not even trying to play like that yet, which would have such a high success rate.
Yeah, I feel as though in attack, their completion rate is so high because of it. They play it safe a lot, and you can't argue with the results because the results are there. But yeah, it'll be interesting to see if they add those little extra wrinkles to their attack, because when they do, I don't think they've still worked out how to use Kickow properly.
No, they haven't. Just go through some of the comments here. Ron Bollerman said, Freaky got too involved in the win, as he always does. He's a passionate man with victories.
Sometimes I do, yeah.
And he also said, Tyrone May had a good game. Imagine if Kickow played. Thank fuck he didn't. And yeah, Tyrone May has become, for a young fella, reasonably consistent this year.
Yeah, I wish he wasn't in the team. I think that's well known, but I say well known, like I'm someone fucking important. But
oh, you are.
It's funny. I was watching that game and I was thinking, he's one of those Ivan Cleary players where he's sort of an in between every position, and it's okay because he only has one in this side. He's really the only one in the Panthers side. So you can sort of put up with him. But, he did have a pretty good game. The thing about this Panthers team, and they were talking about it a little bit on the Fox Sports commentary, their depth is just outrageous. They've got so many wingers that they can choose from, so many guys that can play fullback. They've got a bunch of options at 5'8" and in the halves. And, even their forward pack is super deep. The only player in the side that I don't think they've got a ready-to-go replacement for is Cleary. And Cleary, touch wood, he's one of those players, kind of like his dad, just hardly gets injured.
Pretty durable, yeah. Killer Venture says, how many years do the Tigers have to miss the final for the joint venture and administration to be declared a failure? The administration are comfortable with mediocrity. I don't think the joint venture will ever be declared a failure, but the administration completely is. And this is the thing that gets me about a lot of West Tigers fans who are unbelievably salty about Ivan Cleary departing the club the way he did, is that Ivan Cleary didn't have 100% control over the fucking checkbook at the club. There's people at the club, and yes, I'd be looking at Justin Potato here, who signed those checks for the players that were signed. And everyone got the shits about Cleary leaving.
Yeah.
So what? I don't care when a fucking coach goes or a player goes. I don't get why people get so shitty over that. Administrators, though, they tend to get jobs for bloody life sometimes, and a lot of them don't deserve it. There's a retention, contracts, retention and whatnot person there, Warren McDonnell.
Mm-hmm.
He was atrocious at the club for years. He left, went to went to the Bulldogs, was atrocious there, and we all saw the mess that their salary cap was in. Went to Manly, they got into salary cap strife as well, and the Tigers went, yeah, come back. We want you back. You've proven yourself again. And sure enough, we made a whole lot more shit signings. Why keep that person on? I don't get how he keeps getting a job. And Potato's got to go. He's an absolute just sooking dud. I'm sick of his fucking whinging.
I know. It's like Ivan Cleary left at the end of 2018. Yeah. And he's fucking in the media this week talking shit to the coach who left them at that point. And he can be upset about them leaving them. But Jesus, dude, it's like 18 months ago, and the Ivan Cleary's now coaching the best team in the comp, like running away with it. Like, just shut up.
Well, the other thing is, it just sends a message to Michael Maguire of, you're second rate compared to this bloke who ran away on us. Support your own fucking coach.
Yeah. Like,
if I'm running the West Tigers, I don't give a flying fuck about anyone with the surname Cleary. And that's not to disrespect them. It's because I'm only interested in what's going on at my club, not what's going on at every other fucking club.
Well, the thing is, too, like, obviously they decided to invest in Maguire, right? And they've said to him, like, do what you need to do. And he's taken over an absolute horror show of a roster and a horror show of a salary cap situation. He deserves a CEO who, at least in the media, is saying this is the guy that we want ahead of anyone else on planet Earth to fix what we've got here. And it just sounds like, Tato comes across as a lovesick fucking CEO. It's very weird.
A jilted lover.
Yeah.
That's what he is. Samuel Bayless, how you going, mate? He's coming in and says, do you think the 8 is settled now?
Let me look at the 8, because there's been...
Well, the Sharks win today. Sharks win today has meant that there's still a 4-point gap between them and 9th. And the Sharks have got they haven't got a soft draw home, but I think they've got two games against bottom 8 teams and 2 games against top 8 teams. And if they do as they've been doing all year and they win those 2 games against the bottom 8 sides, and that's all they win, that does mean that the teams in 9th and 10th, who are 4 points behind them, they've got to win all 4 games and hope that their points difference gets ahead of the Sharks. And I think that's too big an ask.
Well, next week the Sharkies play the Knights.
And we saw what the Knights did today.
Yeah, they were atrocious. And the way I see it is, if the winner between the Sharks, the loser between the Sharks and the Knights is obviously on the back foot in terms of the top 8. They're probably going to end up in 8th. If the Warriors then beat the Parramatta Eels, which is a big ask, then we might have a race. But that's a big task for the Warriors.
Yeah. I mean, they've done insanely good, and they would have to be the first team, I believe, in rugby league history to actually have genuine excuses to play bad. And they refuse to be complete walkovers, and they refuse to give up. Unlike teams like Brisbane, who get to play every game at their normal home ground, and if they're not at home, they get to play it in their home state anyway. They have the easiest time of this whole competition. And look at them.
And not only that, like, how would you feel if you were those Warriors players that decided to go home? And you're looking at, like, George Jennings doing better than you did. And this team is resurgent because all of these players left. And, that there are players in this side that are like homesick and are saying in the media, like Roger Tuivasa-Sheck saying that he saw his little kid crawling and stuff for the first time over Skype. And you're like, at what point are those guys just waiting for a phone call from the club to say, listen, you should look for a new club next year because we've worked out we don't need you?
Yeah, that's right. Now, one other comment wasn't really about the play of the game.
Yeah.
I don't know about you, but I think, from my memory, Isaac Yeo has had way too many concussions. And I'm worried about his long-term mental health, I guess.
Yeah, he was knocked pretty senseless. It's happened a few times. It worries me too, and he is such a handy player. His footwork at the line is amazing. Gets through so much work, runs good lines, breaks the line as well, which is kind of weird because he looks a bit spindly for a forward. But to have those many hits to the head and he was properly knocked silly in this game, it's a real concern. And I hope that he doesn't come back next weekend. I hope they give him a few weeks off and really put him through all of the tests and make sure that when he does come back, it's, he's all clear. He's properly clear.
Yeah, I'll tell you what, and I say this with full respect because I think there's a lot of similarities between him and Liam Fulton. People may think I'm, making a derogatory comment there because a lot of people didn't really think much of Liam Fulton. But if you watch the way Liam Fulton played the game, he did run very strong lines. He played well above his weight and was an absolute tackling machine. He didn't put off big hits. He just tackled low all the time and was effective. And it does the same thing.
Yeah, and it's, the weird thing is he plays so tough. And at some point it's a numbers game that he's going to cop a hit. But the fact that when he does cop one, it's sort of, that's it. It's game over for him. It's a real worry. And, they've got a lot of depth. They don't need to risk him for the rest of this season. I would take extreme precaution with him, and hopefully they do. I don't want to see him back next week. I'll be pissed off if they name him next week.
Yeah, I don't want to see him for 2 weeks, to be honest. He's just had too many head knocks for mine. I'm generally getting worried about him.
Yeah, same here.
All right. Well, that's the Panthers now got is it a 5-point lead on the top of the ladder now?
Let me have a look. Let me go back.
Obviously the teams that are second and third have still got a game to play.
Yeah, so I think the Storm... Okay, let's have a look at the ladder. So, yeah, they've got a 5-point lead over the Storm, but the Storm have a game in hand. They play the Seagulls on the tomorrow, sorry. So they should beat the Seagulls, but those games are a bit iffy,
Yeah.
But they've got, the 5-point break they've got over the Eels now. It's unbelievable. I did not expect this out of
amazing. Is probably about 2 weeks ago, Parramatta were playing such clunky football that all of a sudden everyone was going, I don't think they're a premiership contender anymore. And then they do what they did the last 2 weeks and you go, maybe they are back in it again.
Yeah, but that last loss that they had, I almost tempted to say, and the only reason I haven't said it is because I need to see the Panthers play the Eels again. And we're going to see that in a couple of weeks.
Yeah.
But at the moment, if I had to choose the real contenders, the ones that look like they're set, I'd say it's the Storm and the Panthers.
Oh, absolutely. God, South look good. And we've been waiting all year for that performance, and it finally comes along, and then they get, they get a few injuries out of me, like, we may not get to see it again. But damn, that looked good.
And then fucking Latrell Mitchell gets injured, and it's like just as he was getting it together, he looked so good. He looked like he was physically, he dropped that extra weight, so he was just in the right place for where he needed to be from a fullback compared to when he was a powerful run and centre. He was he was getting up in the plays. His attack was brilliant. Oh, and it just so unlucky.
Yeah. What else was there? Titans beat Dragons in the boringest game that has ever been played.
Yeah. That was a rough one.
Roosters just coasted till about the 1 hour mark against the Broncos and then just went, fuck it, let's put some points on.
Yeah.
And piled on a 58-12 win. Now, I spent most of the day doing stats to find out how many times a team has lost to the same team twice in a year, conceding 50 points on both occasions or more.
Mm-hmm.
This is something I've been working on all day because I went, it can't be that many times it's happened.
Yeah.
And it isn't.
Yes.
So the Roosters this year over the Broncos was the 7th time it's happened since 1908.
I was going to say, has it happened 6 times?
Yeah, you nailed it. So in 1935, the Roosters did it twice.
Yeah. Over the Bulldogs?
The Bulldogs was the first one, 87-7, and then 65-10.
Yeah.
Then they beat North, 57-9 and 53-15.
Yep.
It was then 48 years before it happened again. 1983, Parramatta beat Newtown 54-14 and then 54-4. It was then another 25 years before it happened again. 2008, Canberra beat the Dogs 58-18 and 52-34. 2014, Warriors beat Canberra 54-12 and 54-18.
Wow.
2016, Canberra beat the West Tigers 60-6 and 52-10. And 2020, Roosters beat the Broncos 59-0 and 58-12.
Wow.
So the Roosters have had 3 of the 7 that have happened. Canberra have had 2.
Now, I don't... This is a question without prior notice. And this is... For anybody that's listening, this is what me and Andrew normally do at night, which sounds dodgy, but anyway. What is the biggest for and against between 2 teams that have played twice in a season of all time?
Yeah, it'll be that Bulldogs, Roosters. Bulldogs, Roosters are 35.
Okay.
Because the Bulldogs conceded 152 points in those 2 games.
What about the Dragons, though? Did they only play once?
No, they played them a second time, but I think they only won 34-6 or something, so it was 120 combined.
Okay.
I've got the full list here, just opening up the file.
Yeah, yeah.
Because this is the shit I've been working on.
Yeah, because, I mean, like, to get smashed that badly twice in a season is just, that's terrible.
Okay, yeah, so St. George over Canterbury had it was next with, 91-6 and then 34-6.
Okay.
Let's have a look here. Sort it by total points conceded.
That's probably the only list that university isn't on for futility.
Yeah. So, I mean, this shows you how bad the Broncos are because they come in 3rd.
Jesus.
Having conceded 117 points in 2 games against the Roosters.
Well, I saw you put up a tweet, I think it might have been yesterday, where you said that the Broncos have now... Did you say the Broncos had passed the Magpies?
Yeah, they've conceded... After the first 16 games of the season, this current Broncos team has conceded 1 point more than the 1999 West Magpies did at the same point of the season.
That's outrageous.
It's ridiculous.
Yeah, because that team was terrible.
The thing is, I had to put it into a situation where people could understand. Like, you could compare it to that Bulldogs team in 1935. But no team before or since has had 90 or 80 points put on them in a game, let alone twice in one season.
Yeah, yeah.
And that's a real outlier, that is. So that kind of puts them out of reach of the historically bad teams.
Yeah, and the other thing is too, like when you line up at, say, the Magpies, there's no way you can get around the fact that the Magpies were a modern day rugby league club or a modern day team. You know, I wouldn't say they're a modern day club. They were probably still stuck in the 60s, but 1998, 1999, it's not so long ago that you can say, well, yeah, but that was in the 5 meter era, or they were scoring 3-point tries, or there was no television to see that game. Like you and me both watched that Magpies team, and they were absolutely atrocious. And the times that I watch this Broncos team, and I think of that Magpies team, is when an opposition forward will just trundle through their pack and score. And I think, oh yeah, that's what you expect from a team that was as bad as that Magpies team.
That Magpies team, though, was almost entirely full of reserve-grade quality players.
And that's the big difference.
They worked hard. They busted their backsides, but their skill level just wasn't where it needed to be to compete at that level. And that's the difference here, is that the Broncos players have that skill level, because nearly all of the players in that team for 2020 were playing for the Broncos in the finals last year.
And when I was watching them against the Roosters, and there's been a swaying back and forth on Darius Boyd by a lot of people, and I think even me and you. It's done for me now. I think that his play in that game was atrocious, and I'm watching them being led as the captain of the team's in his second year, right? And this young kid is busting his ass, and he's getting nothing out of it. He's getting losses on his record, but he's busting his ass every game. And I'm thinking to myself, how can Darius Boyd witness this and be part of this and not take ownership of, look, don't let the young blokes have it on their record. I'm the senior player here. I'm the fucking captain. Don't shovel it onto him. Instead, we saw a couple of weeks ago where he says, like, oh, I don't want to be part of the leadership group. And I just think it's petulant. I think that it is a black mark against his career. You can say and I think he deserves every single cent that the Broncos owe him. I'm not saying anything like that they should, get rid of him or anything like that, but he should not be playing football. He should be on the sideline earning his money. And the Broncos would be a far better team if that's what they did. If they said, look, Darius, go away, retire, but you're still on the cap and we'll still pay you money, but just go away. If that's what you're going to do for the club. Because the way he sat down in a defence, oh my God, that was so embarrassing.
Yeah, he could have just ran by and just stopped and let the player run past him. It would have looked more genuine. But the fact that he ran over and then just sat on his backside like he got an invisible fend from Greg Inglis.
Yeah.
Like 5 meters away from where the player was.
Yeah.
You're going, the fuck was that?
It was just...
That was embarrassing is what it was.
It really was. And, there's young players in that team that don't know any better than thrashings. And it doesn't deserve to just sit on their shoulders. And I just think that, it's a symptom of how bad the club is run. I can't believe Paul White has a job. You know what? There was a lot of talk on Fox Sports tonight that they're looking at bringing Wayne Bennett back to the club.
Yes.
And if I'm on the board and Paul White comes to me 1 year and says, hey, it's time to get rid of Wayne Bennett. He's had his time. We need a change, which I think they did.
Yes.
And I'm getting this guy from South, but man, it's going to be a hassle. And they get the guy from South, and that guy is historically bad. And then he comes back to the board and says, listen, I'm going to need $1 million to pay that guy out that I said was going to be the future of the club. And I got this really good idea, though. I reckon I can get Wayne Bennett. It's like you're fired. You're fired.
And that's the thing. There's too many people at the Broncos club who are not good at their job.
Yeah.
They need a new CEO. And I've got a suggestion for them.
Mm-hmm.
Someone with experience.
Okay.
Let's just come out and say it. Justin Potato's available.
You're well known for having agendas on this podcast. And I think this is one of them, Andrew.
No. See, I know that we need, for the benefit of rugby league globally, universally, cosmically even.
Yeah.
We need rugby league to be strong in Brisbane.
Yeah.
And The only way we can have that is if we have an experienced operator who doesn't have a team that is historically shithouse. And Justin Potato is better than what they've currently got at the Broncos. Prove me wrong.
You know what? One thing I will say is that he would go into the job and he wouldn't listen to any of the criticism.
No. No. He wouldn't listen to pretty much anything.
Yeah.
He will
He
whinge.
doesn't need anyone's advice.
No. He'll whinge.
Yeah.
There'll be plenty of whinging.
He won't like Ivan Cleary.
No, he still won't like Ivan. But yeah. How many times have you seen the Tigers get 50 points put on them 3 or 4 times in a season under the Potatoes watch?
Yeah, that's a very good point. Well, it's happened a lot, but still,
Yeah.
I see the point.
Not in the same season.
Yeah, never twice in the same season by the same team.
That's right.
Apart from, was there that one year with Canberra? But apart from that.
Yeah, apart from that one.
Yeah.
That was different, though.
Well, yeah, I mean, that was a poorly run club. I mean, that's not his fault.
That's right. It partly was, but it's not his fault entirely. I mean, it's not like it's not like the West
he was
Tigers
signing to all the players.
It's not like the West Tigers came from a pedigree of success.
Yeah, there's some momentum of failure, and yes, he continued that, but still.
Now, it does bring up another point. I heard there was some comment made during the week by Andrew Johns. Brace yourself.
I saw this.
He attacked the West Tigers for not having any soul.
Yeah.
And I thought, yeah, you know what? When you merge two teams that were struggling to survive and put them together in an unhappy marriage that they didn't want, it's pretty hard to get a soul out of that. Like, the soul for both clubs got completely fucking destroyed when they had to merge. What soul does he fucking think they're going to have? They hate one another, the teams in the merger.
They only hated one another for, what, 90-something years? It's not like it was, a century.
Oh, Joey, man, seriously, shut the fuck up. His commentary and his post-game, his post-career media work is doing the same thing to his playing legacy as Darius Boyd's positional player fullback is this year to his.
It really is. It's terrible. It's like sometimes you listen to the footy and you're like, oh man, I used to worship this dude.
I've forgotten about Andrew Johns as a player.
Yeah.
All I remember is the dumb shit he says as a commentator.
He said, I think it was yesterday, that the Newcastle Knights should do everything they can to get Kieran Foran. And I was like, look, if I was the Newcastle anything, I'd still be getting over him saying, the best thing that will ever happen to the Knights is selling it to this mining dude.
Oh, man. People want to talk about me and my agendas.
Yeah, it's not good. It's a real bad record.
Oh, it's shocking. But yeah, that one did make me laugh. Yeah. Oh, boy. Hey, you know what?
It could be worse. Your club could have been bought by a dude that said, hey, I got money. And when people said, where is the money, by the way? Because we're not getting paid. He pointed to the ground and said, well, it's fucking in there.
Yeah, just got to dig it out.
Yeah. Shit, where's my Ferrari? Oh, it's burning in the fucking local park. How about that? Yeah.
Oh, I didn't know Datsuns made Ferraris. Yeah, it's got the Ferrari badge on there. I stole it off another actual car, but there you go.
Did you ever ride in a Datsun?
Yes.
Yeah, so did I. What colour was it?
It was that. What was it? It was that sort of light sandy brown. I ate too much curry and had the runs afterwards poo sort of colour.
The one I was driven in, I was a kid. I think it was my dad's girlfriend's car from memory. It was the dark brown.
Ooh.
Yeah, I've been smashing beers and kebabs all night. Brown.
Was yours the 180B or the 120Y?
To be honest, I can't remember. All I remember is it was brown. It had that same smell that every Datsun had, to where it was like burning oil.
Yes.
and all the seats were cracked to fuck.
That does sound like the 180B.
Yeah,
Yeah.
basically it describes it every Datsun ever made.
Oh, they were bad. Yeah, God. Now, one thing I do need to raise now that we're 45 minutes in,
Yeah.
we've got a sponsor.
Oh yes. Tell us about our sponsor.
We've got a sponsor. They're into men's grooming and making it easier for you to groom yourself.
Yeah.
Especially your coconuts.
Yes. Yeah. What's the technical term for that? You junk.
Your junk.
Yeah.
Yeah. So check out manscaped.com. They've got a wide array of products there from, obviously the Lawnmower 3.0, which does all the heavy duty work, getting rid of all that hair that you just don't need there. Let's be honest, it gets in the way and it makes things look smaller. So
Speak for yourself, dude. Come on, man.
You got to get rid of that hair. Show off more of the tool shed, really.
Pretty much, if you want it to look like a fire hydrant, you got to get yourself a Lawnmower 3.0.
Bloody oath. They've also got the mat, so you can stand up when you're shaving yourself, and all your hair will fall down onto the mat. It's a fucking brilliant idea. God, I love the mat.
Magic mat. Yeah.
They've got some toners and stuff for your nuts to make them nice and soft. Man, you got to get into that gear.
Anti-chafing deodorant.
Yeah, it's mate. They've thought of everything.
They really have.
So get over there. I was going to say, you can get over there and buy anything you want from their website. Anything. Buy all of it if you want. Everything they've got on sale. When you go to the checkout, type in NRL in the discount code section there.
Yeah.
And I believe you get a discount. How much is it, Freaky?
20%.
20%. That's what we do for you. 20%
and
off.
You get free shipping.
No fucking way.
Free shipping. It just gets sent to you. You don't even have to pay for the shipping.
God, we are good.
We really are, hey? I personally recommend Father's Day coming up.
Mm-hmm.
If you've got a special man in your life, right? Get them the Perfect Package 3.0. All right, this is to the ladies. Let's face it. I'm talking to the ladies here. You get the Perfect Package 3.0, right? It's going to be the best thing that you've ever done for yourself. Forget about your man. Well, no, you don't buy things for him. You buy things for yourself. You buy your shoes. You buy your fucking handbags. You buy all those random words that you put around the house, like learn and dream and fucking happiness and all that shit.
Yeah.
You're buying this for you.
Yeah.
Okay?
You can buy a new word, smooth.
Exactly. You don't need to, brush your teeth afterwards. It's going to be good, ladies.
Yeah. So do yourselves a favour, ladies.
Yeah.
Go there and get Manscaped. Mate, we should be doing ads more often.
We should. I love our adverts.
People should sponsor us so we can do more awesome ads for them.
It would be handy. Our adverts, they really cut through all the noise in the advertising sphere.
Fucking oath.
Yeah.
So, what else do we want to chat about? We've got a captive audience at the moment.
Hey, you know what?
Mm-hmm.
It's 125 years since rugby league was formed. How about that?
Isn't that amazing?
Yeah. And it's come so far in that time, especially in England. I think actually they had more clubs in the top grade back then when they did it. But
all the clubs were in the top grade back then. They didn't even have promotion and relegation back then. That's when the system was actually working better.
Well, that's when they used to have clubs in far-flung places like Swinton and, Wigan, St Helens, Leeds, Wakefield and stuff like that. The game has moved on from those days, though. Now they've got teams in Hull, Warrington,
Leeds.
Leeds, Wigan,
Huddersfield,
St Helens,
Wigan,
Castleford. Castleford's in there now. Yeah. There was a team in Bradford. They don't really have one anymore, though.
No, that's all right. We won't have any of that new age nonsense.
No, the people don't even like football.
No, we told them. We told him. We went up to him and says, "You don't want a Super League team, do you? You don't really want one."
You know, it's the greatest sport in the world. People just need to be able to see it, and they will love it. Except for anybody that lives outside of a few towns in the UK, and then they're not fucking real fans.
Now, speaking of the game over in England, why not? We're there now.
Okay.
563 coronavirus tests were taken there, and there have been 559 negative results, with 4 positives. 3
Yes.
Catalans Dragons players and a member of the club's non-playing staff were the ones who returned positive tests.
Yes.
So it means that Catalans have been omitted from this week's round of games, I believe.
Yeah. What would you call? You can't call it Typhoid Mary. What would it call? Like, what's a French? Well, I guess Mary's kind of French, but
Marie?
Marie. Yeah, that's it. It's Marie. Yeah.
That would be it.
You're some Australian dude. What the fuck?
Now, I did hear that there were suggestions that the RFL were thinking about ways of trying to come to a resolution with Toronto.
Did you say they were thinking? Because that doesn't sound like what they do.
Well, that's the thing, is that thinking is one way of not doing, but showing intent.
Ah, yes, I see. Yes.
Yeah. So I'm not too sure what was going on there. There's nothing on the NRL. Oh, sorry, there's nothing on the Super League website about it, so it can't have been that important.
Well, I think that they've got some meeting that's happening. It might be on Monday, where they're going to try and. I think they've got prospective buyers who want a few things cleared up, and they're going to try and come to some sort of resolution with all that. I don't know what that's going to be. Who knows? Like, the whole thing is. I wouldn't be shocked by any of it. Like, if on Tuesday we heard that they were going to be back next week, I wouldn't be shocked. If we heard they were going to be back next year, I wouldn't be shocked. If we heard that they were moving the team to fucking Swinton, I wouldn't be shocked. So let's just see what happens. But it should never have gotten to this situation. It's been really bad.
Yeah, atrocious.
Yeah.
I can't believe they did this.
Yeah, it's really unfortunate, but what can you do?
Put out podcasts and chastise the shit out of them.
Yeah, that'll work.
That works for us.
Well, I made a website and did it for a number of years and didn't work on a website, so let's go to a different medium, I reckon.
Yes, exactly. Now, I want to talk NRL projections with you. Just one anyway.
Yeah.
Do you think the Tigers can finish 9th this year?
No. That was quick.
I'm glad we come to a consensus there very quickly, because I can't see it happening at all.
Yeah, like, what's their run in? Because where are they? They're quite far down the ladder now. They're in whereabouts are they? They're in 11th place right now. They're 2 points behind the Warriors. Their for and against is it's not great.
It's not too bad for a team. For a team that's had 4 losses more than it's had wins, the points difference is only -33.
Yeah.
But it is actually worse than the Dragons, and they are now behind the Dragons, and the Dragons are shit.
Do you think that the Dragons would beat the West Tigers if they played next weekend?
Jesus Christ.
That'd be shit to watch, but
that would be horrible to watch.
I feel as though it would be like it'd be like 2 sumo wrestlers sumo wrestling, but one of them's just slightly bigger than the other one, and they just sort of lean on each other, and eventually the fatter one wins just because of the weight and gravity.
Yeah, it's a tricky one, because I think the Tigers are always good for 20 minutes of play every week.
Yeah.
Of play that looks like a team that belongs in the top 8.
Mm-hmm.
And then it's an hour of dire shit.
Yeah.
And I wonder if that 20 minutes is enough to get them the lead and make it unassailable.
Well, how about this, right? Next weekend, next Saturday, they're playing the Sea Eagles.
Mm-hmm.
And the Sea Eagles are free-falling. For some reason, I'm leaning towards the Sea Eagles in that one.
Yeah, it's tough.
And then the following week, they play the Rabbitohs, and the
Mm-hmm.
Rabbitohs should lap them. Then in round 19, they're playing the Storm. I feel like we should light a candle for that round. Jesus. And then the last round, they're playing the Parramatta
Yeah,
Eels.
it's
But
the
I think,
wake.
yeah, it's the Wake. Luckily, they're probably playing at their home stadium at Bankwest, so that'll be good for them.
They should move that game to Leichhardt.
Yeah, they should.
Just oh man, it's the worst run home of any team. I don't know who sat down at the Tigers Club and went, yeah, let's just have, six of the hardest possible games we can think of for our run home. And it's not hard because of necessarily the quality of performance of the team they're up against. It's also they're hard because they're teams that they have always struggled against. The Tigers' record against the Roosters is fucking abysmal in recent times and historically. And it's similar with Manly. It's similar with Penrith in recent times.
Mm-hmm.
It's sketchy with South.
Mm-hmm.
Melbourne, again, sketchy. Parramatta, horrible in recent times. Look, why don't you spread them out? Why put them all in one big fucking chunk? Especially when you know your season's going to be relying on that run home because you know you're not going to have done enough earlier to be in the top four.
It's because it's funny.
It's stupid.
I don't think so.
It's stupid.
It's, you know what? It's weird because their run home is like the opposite of the Panthers' run home, where the Panthers basically play all of the terrible teams except for the Eels. Like, the Eels are really the only team that they should, that's 50-50 against, and I think they should beat the Eels. Hey, what do you reckon about this talk about people were bringing up the Bulldogs winning streak in 2002 when they annihilated the salary cap and there was a ICAC investigation into the club? It was that bad.
Mm-hmm.
Like, I couldn't believe anyone was bringing up that winning record.
Oh yeah, so people were, I think it came out when Ivan Cleary was talking about this is the best start to a season since that dog side, wasn't it?
I think so, yeah.
Yeah, and he said, oh, they were over the cap, weren't they? As if to say that they didn't matter or they didn't count. I made a tweet today saying, doesn't matter what anybody thinks, those results all stand, so it does count.
And the thing is too, like, I from memory they got 13 in a row, was it? Was it 13?
I got a feeling it might have been more.
Okay, because as soon as they were done,
they were miles ahead of every other team.
Yeah, they were smashing everyone. Because as soon as they were found to be over the cap, and it broke after that Newcastle game, their season fell apart really quickly.
Yeah. They lost 37 competition points. Let's see what they do. They started with a loss, then a draw.
Yeah.
And then they won every game from round 3 to round 21.
Ah, there you go.
So it's 2, 3, 4, 17 straight wins.
Yeah. All right.
So, yeah, obviously it's very similar to the Penrith because they had the same sort of start, didn't they?
Yeah. And look, here's the thing. If you're going to go back and honestly take away, like, winning records and premierships and stuff from teams that have broken the salary cap, like, where do you stop? Do you stop at the early 90s Raiders?
Well, that's where you start.
Yeah, exactly.
If you're going to be consistent about it, then yeah, the 1990 Canberra team loses their premiership.
Yep.
They also lose any money they got from becoming minor premiers in 1990. I think they got minor premiership there. Any money they might have got from 91, that has to be taken off them. And then,
it's like when people say, "Oh yeah, Cameron Smith, he didn't really win all those grand finals."
People want to say we should take all the points he scored off him as well. I just think, like, the stupid thing here, okay, is this is what a lot of people don't accept and don't understand. Okay, if a team makes it to a grand final against a side that cheated. Okay, don't just look at the teams that were successful. A lot of teams have cheated the cap and not made it to a grand final. Take when Parramatta cheated the cap recently. Think of all the teams that did well that season, or probably made the finals by one win over Parramatta when Parramatta were cheating the cap. If you go and take all those results and make them all null and void, those wins that the teams had over that cheating team also get stripped and they don't get to be in the finals.
Yeah.
That's the other thing too, is all those appearances that players on both sides had, all the points scored, they all get taken off them as well. And I don't think that's fair. That's why historically, even with any cheating that's happened, the result, the scoreline, all the appearances, all the stats for that game always stands.
Yeah.
You just take the competition points off them. That's the fairest thing. And that's what's been happening since the first time a team had points docked off them. That was Glebe in 1917, which we did a whole podcast on.
Yeah.
And they fielded an ineligible player because he lived in a different suburb. And they lost their 2 competition points for that. And it wasn't until the early 70s that something like that happened again. It was West doing the same thing with an ineligible player. And they had a draw. They lost their 1 point, competition point they got for that draw. And that was enough to make them fall into a 3-way playoff for 5th place to go into the finals. And because of that, they then lost their playoff. That point they lost cost them a place in the finals, as it should have done.
Yeah.
That's justice. So, stripping... Melbourne lost their premierships. Why do you want to take all the results and scorelines off them and all the stats and stuff that have been, that have fallen their way as well? Because you're then ripping off every team that played against them as well.
Yeah.
And I just think people are just being too bitter and too fucking stupid to be asking for that stuff to be scrapped as well.
But the other thing is too, like, at some point you move far enough away from the contest that you kind of just don't care enough. And I use the Canberra Raiders one as a really good example, because if you said to somebody, hey, the Raiders they destroyed the salary cap that was in place at the time and they won the premiership, people are going to shrug their shoulders and be like, who cares, dude? Like, get over it. And we're starting to get far enough away from some of these salary cap breaches where people are going to start to do the same thing.
Yeah. You'd hope so. I mean, that's the thing is, I think people have moved on from the Parramatta and Manly ones, and even the Bulldogs one, to be honest. The Melbourne one's a bit harder for them to move on from because it was over a number of years and they had quite significant success off the back of it. And I think it's something that's gonna dog the club for quite a while. I don't know how they get past it. I think it's unfair that it dogs them for that long because they lost premierships. They did lose players, man. They lost Greg fucking Inglis. Along with a number of other players. So it's not like they didn't get penalised. They lost a lot of money. It cost them their reserve grade team in the New South Wales Cup. They were producing homegrown talent out of that, and that was something positive. And the fine they got pretty much decimated any chance they had of sustaining that. I mean, think about it. They had to have their New South Wales Cup team merge with Cronulla. And then they couldn't keep up their end of the deal financially. And so those players all end up going back to Brisbane. So if they ever had a home game and they needed someone to come down, sometimes they have to fly them down 2 or 3 days before the game.
Yeah.
That's not viable. That's not intelligent. So they got punished hard enough, and people don't realise this a lot of the times.
I tell you what, though, I still think that the Cronulla Sharks didn't get enough of a penalty for when they breached the salary cap, and they breached it either side of their premiership win. On top of all the other shit that was going on at the club, they breached the cap the year before and the year after. And it's like, what the fuck, man?
Yeah, it's an interesting one. See, I think they should have been punished harder for the Asada stuff. But again, the problem we got with them is there's a little bit more grey area with them, and I think the game just went,
too hard.
Yeah, too hard. Let's just move on.
Yep.
And I think that's what happened.
Yeah.
It's disappointing more than anything else because it just brings about inconsistency.
Yeah, I agree.
the Asada thing was weird because it was almost like Asada were making a plea deal with Cronulla. Please say you're guilty so that we can wrap this thing up because it's dragging on forever and costing everyone money and we're not getting anywhere with it.
Mm-hmm.
And the Sharks just went, you know what? As a commercial enterprise, we're losing money hand over fist as long as this thing keeps going on. And so they said they're guilty. Whether they were or not, it's going to be hard to everybody like rock solid confirm. There's a lot of stuff which makes it look like it pretty much was. But if Asada couldn't find absolute rock solid evidence, it makes it hard to believe that there's rock solid evidence out there. And I mean, it's not like they weren't looking for like 5 minutes or something. They were there for quite a while. And that's the problem I got with it is if there was enough to, if they come out and say they're guilty, then you have to say, you know what, they've admitted it. Even if the reasoning as to how they got to that guilty verdict is a bit dodgy or murky or a bit of grey area, we have to say, right, they accepted they're guilty. We need to punish them based on the fact that they admitted guilt.
Yeah.
And, once there's an admission of guilt, the evidence has to be, or lack of, has to be sort of superseded. We've gone, right, they've admitted guilt. Let's punish them based on that. And that didn't really happen, let's be honest. What they get, a 12-month ban backdated 9 months? Something like that?
And the other thing was, like, they ended up offering a plea bargain to the players where it was like, if you take this, you'll be banned over the off-season, but you'll be good to start at next year, like before the season starts. And all of this will be behind you if you just sign on the dotted line. And it was a pretty good offer that they offered the players.
Well, it was actually, what it was a fantastic offer for the club because the club got fuck all punishment out of it. The players took the brunt of it.
Well, that was the weird thing. And I didn't understand, like, if I was one of the players at the time, I would have been like, get me the fuck out of this place.
Well, I mean,
Ben
Pomeroy was a classic example. He fucked off over Ben Pomeroy.
Yeah.
He fucked off over to Catalan, I think it was, playing over there. And when they come to him and says, look, we just want you to admit you're guilty over this, he's going, no, I did nothing wrong. I'm not pleading guilty.
Yeah.
And he kept fighting them the whole way until they just, I don't know if he got found guilty or if they charged him or whether they just, I think they might have even just dropped it on him.
Yeah, I've got no idea. I can't remember. Hey.
But most of the players only got like a 3-4 game suspension in a year that was completely written off. They were like second last or last or something.
Yeah.
It was such a pathetic thing, and the club only got I think they got a $2 million fine, but $1 million was suspended or some shit. It was meek.
Yeah, and like I remember at the time when they got that fine, and they suspended the vast majority of it, and it was a case of like, I think the club at the time said, listen, if you give us this full whack of the fine, we're going to hand you back our license because we just cannot afford it.
Yeah. Yeah, it was pretty ridiculous, that. The salary cap stuff, I believe what's happened is the NRL's decided that they're going to take it lighter on teams who self-report, which just seems weird because it wasn't until a new boss came in and self-reported that became known. Yeah,
and look, and he did the right thing. He really did.
And I suppose that's the thing. You want to reward people and clubs who do the right thing. But you can't reward them by completely not punishing them for doing the right thing. There needs to be some sort of punishment in place. So you need to have a minimum, kind of like what you've got when someone goes and gets suspended or has to go to the judiciary. You plead guilty and cop a reduced sentence, or you fight it, and if you're found guilty, you cop the full penalty.
Yeah.
Should have the same towards clubs for, any form of cheating that goes on. I can't see why you wouldn't do that. It seems like a pretty sensible approach.
Yeah, but it's rugby league. I mean, rugby league and sensible doesn't go hand in hand.
Yeah, exactly. It's nuts.
Speaking of nuts, go to manscaped.com.
Speaking of Manscaped, that was smooth.
Speaking of smooth, use NRL. So is there a Super League game coming up that we can have a gander at while we're on live?
Well, what is about to start is qualifying in the Formula One.
Yeah.
I'll just check to see if there's any Super League coming up.
I feel like there should be some Super League coming up.
Next. Nothing until at least 1 a.m.
That sucks.
It might even be later. Because
really?
12 till 1 is the replay of the Sharks game today. I dare say after that will be the Panthers Tigers replay. Let's have a look.
That's unfortunate.
So we just have to stay on for about 4 or 5 hours.
Oh, we've done longer than that.
Yeah. Piece of piss.
Yeah.
Come on, TV Guide. There we go. Okay, 1 a.m. Wigan versus Castleford.
Ah, damn it.
2 hours away.
While. Yeah. You know, when I was watching the Sharks play today, Braden Trindle, I'm a big fan of him.
Yeah.
And I think I said this to you after his first game. And I don't know if we recorded it, though. Do you remember me talking about him?
I do, yeah.
Yeah, and I liked his ball playing ability. And he reminds me a little bit of Tyrone Peachy, in that he's always got something that he's got going for him, you know. And like in today's game, he was the one that was calming the Cronulla team down. He was doing nice kicks for touch. They were really looking to him as a playmaker, and it's only his third game, and I'm super, super impressed with what he's been doing, and I have been in every single game I've watched him in, and it's going to be interesting to see where he ends up in this Cronulla team and what they do with their lineup, because I cannot take him out of the team.
No, I'd have him next to Sean Johnson whenever Johnson's fit.
Yeah.
He and Johnson are the starting halves from now on in.
Have to be.
Moylan's not in the 17. I can't even see how Townsend's in the 17 anymore.
No. You know, apparently Moylan wasn't even at the stadium today.
He got dropped.
Yeah, but you'd think he would have turned up, hey? Unless there's, in the NRL protocol, if you're outside of the top, say, 20, you're not allowed to.
Yeah, maybe.
Which would make sense, to be fair to him.
Because the interesting thing is, he got dropped after last week's performance, and rightfully so. And then Sean Johnson, who was ruled to play this weekend, got ruled out.
Mm-hmm.
And John Morris, and this is what makes him a good coach, is he didn't just go straight to Moore and go, oh, well, you're the highest paid, half we've got at the club. I'll just bring you back. He's gone, no. You were definitely shit. You're definitely sitting out. I'll play with 2 rookies if I have to.
Mm-hmm.
And he went ahead with it. And Trindle had full control of that game. He was calm, collected. His short kicking game was superb. And I think it was Will Kennedy was everywhere. He's grown into that fullback role much quicker than Valentine Holmes did. And I talk about Valentine Holmes because I remember watching Kennedy as a junior on some games, and I thought the way he did his kick returns, the style of play it looked very much like Valentine Holmes.
Mm-hmm.
But Kennedy's learnt how to be a fullback much, much faster than Holmes ever did. And when Holmes became a fullback for the first time, all he did was kick returns. Mm-hmm. And mind you, he was probably the best in the league at them. Because even for his small body, Holmes just ran back hard and fast and often broke the line. Unbelievable kick returner. But it took him a year and a half to learn how to be a ball player in that role. Kennedy's already doing the ball playing stuff. Some of his passes today, there was one he threw to Katoa for that try that Katoa scored. Just an absolute peach of a pass. And he's only been playing for one season at fullback. Unbelievable talent that kid has. Yeah,
it's crazy, hey? And like, he improves every few weeks when you watch him, and I'm so glad you brought him up compared to Valentine Holmes as well, because he's the player I think of when I watch him play. Because it's weird, Valentine Holmes, when the Cowboys went after him, and I remember saying that I felt like it might be the X factor they need, and if it is what they need, then he's worth the money. Now, it's turned out to be an absolutely disastrous signing, like by any measure. He's been injury prone basically the whole time he's been there. He's very rarely looked comfortable in the fullback spot. Even today, he was coming back from injury, and I was watching him in the warm up, and he was limping around, just walking. I'm thinking to myself, this dude's coming back. Like, he shouldn't be limping. And he's on like $1 million a year, and it's really $1 million black hole for the Cowboys. And it's weird because I can't say, well, it was always going to be terrible, because at the beginning of the year, I really did think it might have been a masterstroke. But with all of the terrible injuries that they've had to deal with, when they've had players that just haven't stepped up to the mark, it just hasn't worked out for them. And it shows how a move that can be made with good intentions can just turn into a disaster. I mean, it might have been what cost Paul Green his job at the end of the day.
Well, I'll say this in his defence, okay, is that his time at the Sharks, most of it, he had a very good 5'8" there in James Maloney. And that's what he needs. He needs to have at least one genuinely brilliant playmaker there, and I'm talking top-line playmaker, to do the majority of the setting up of the play. Yeah. I liken him to, I suppose, Billy Slater at the start of his career. You wouldn't say, right, Billy Slater's in the team, just give him the ball and he'll create something. That's not what Slater did. He hung around looking for the opportunity passes on the, in the middle. He chimed into the back line, a bit like Kalen Ponga does. That was the start of Billy Slater's career. That's where Holmes is at. That's Holmes' ceiling. And he hasn't had Michael Morgan for, I think he's only played 2 games with Michael Morgan this year. And that's the problem, is that the Cowboys go, let's just give it to Valentine Holmes. And more often than not, he's been given the ball. He's not a creator. And so he gets the ball, he's usually on the edge when he gets it, and then he just drifts towards the sideline, and he'll either do a grubber for the corner or throw a pass, a wishful pass to a winger, in the hope that they'll do something. Sometimes it'll work, a lot of times it won't, because it's not his game to be the creator. He's the one who produces the magic off the back of someone else's creation.
Yeah.
And that's the problem they've got at the moment. They're trying to make him something he just isn't.
Yeah, but for that much money, when you're paying him that much money, he kind of has to be that player.
I get what you mean.
Yeah, but that's not really his fault. No. Like he was, as you say, he's a finisher. Like it's like getting Alex Johnson and saying, well, I want him to be our fullback, but also I want him to have a nice passing game, and I want him to be able to set. And it's like, no. Alex Johnson is on the end of those passes, and if he's on the end of those passes, he's scoring tries, and he's scoring them in bunches. But you can't force him to be a playmaker, and that's right. Not his fault,
Yeah. Alex Johnson is Alex Johnson. You can't go out there and say, I want Alex Johnson, but I want him to be a Billy Slater Alex Johnson.
Yeah, exactly.
He's Alex Johnson. That's what you get.
Yeah.
And that's the same with Holmes, but everyone wants Billy Slater.
Yeah, and it's interesting because, there's not too many players that can do what Billy Slater did. And when you see, like, I look at someone like Latrell Mitchell, and the change in him from the start of the season to where he was, unfortunately, when he got his injury. And it's like he had that ability within him. And he got to that point where he's putting in nice passes and stuff. He's still not at that level that Billy Slater was able to do, because Billy Slater was like a cross of, he had that playmaking ability, but he also had that ability to have that extreme speed that, say, James Tedesco has coming around the back of the play. And, I think that you can't pigeonhole plays. You got to accept sometimes that a player is what they are. And I think that that's one of the big things about Valentine Holmes, I think, is that he's always wanted to be a fullback. And, he's going to be a fullback of a certain level. But in going all in on him, you got to accept he's not that guy that's going to set up the plays. He's the guy that's going to finish them.
Yeah.
And the problem is, in in the current Cowboys team, there's not many people to set up the plays.
No, especially when Michael Morgan's getting injured all the time.
Yeah.
They don't have much creativity out of dummy half.
Mm-hmm.
They keep mixing and matching their halves all the time with whoever's left available. I mean, their best 5'8" was Mitch Dunn today, and he's a second rower. I don't know if you saw him play, but man, he looked unbelievable. It was just, he looked like Cohen Hess, but when Cohen Hess was a monster, and with ball skills. Dunn put up a bomb today, and it looked like it went up and bounced off Pluto and came back down. Fuck, it went high.
Did you hear what Greg Alexander said about Cohen Hess today?
I did, yes.
That was brilliant.
He echoed what we said.
Or
what we've always been saying. Brandy just come out and said, we've been hearing about Cohen Hess's amazing potential for 3 years now. We really need to start cashing it in and banking it in now because that's what the Cowboys need. And I was like, yes, Brandy. Yes, I agree with you.
Well, Cohen Hess, I mean, if the Cowboys are smart, he's not there next year.
No, you get rid of him.
Yeah, it's like, at some point, it's like, okay, we gave you enough chance. You're not going to do it. Fine, see you later. But,
I tell you what, though, he'd be one player who would get back to his former best if he went to Melbourne.
And yeah.
Imagine
if he
what
went
Bellamy
back to
did.
Melbourne, he could potentially end up an Origin player again. And although they would give him the simplest job in the whole world.
Yep. Just say, run as hard as you can into this wall.
Yeah.
And every time you do it, we'll give you a cookie.
Oh, shit.
That's pretty much it.
Do you reckon that Michael Morgan's done?
Well, it's a different injury this time. It's his calf muscle. But yeah, he's starting to get that issue now where, like Foran, he's becoming injury prone. He's not injuring the same thing all the time. He's getting a different injury every time. And you chuck it in with the fact that he had quite a few concussions in a short period of time as well. It's not looking good. If I was the Cowboys, I'd be starting to look at Plan B.
Yeah, I would. You know what I would do? I would ring up the fucking West Tigers and say, "Listen, we'll pay part of his salary. You get an Origin player."
I'll just say, if I was the Cowboys, I'd ring up the West Tigers and say, "Can we have Josh Reynolds, please?"
Well, that's the thing. At least Josh Reynolds is going to play, hey?
Yeah, and he does put in. And that's something that is lacking a bit at the Cowboys at the moment is playmakers putting in. Mm-hmm. They're not playing to the line.
No.
They're playing way, way, way before it. And it's shutting down all their attacks so fast. Yeah,
it's like, look, there's so many plays there. I mean, like every time O'Neill gets the ball, I think, man, this is the player you have when you don't have a player.
I yawn.
Out there. Yeah, it's really bad.
So, O'Neill.
Cole Felt, like...
He's a finisher, but even still... I'm
still waiting to... Because he's going to start showing soon after what Sevo did to him a few weeks ago. He's still early in his first trimester.
He's... The problem with Felt is he's not very fast.
Yeah.
He's just Luke Cavell.
He really is. He's like a... This is funny to say, but he's like a more athletic Luke Cavell. And he's not that athletic.
So what you say is he's like Luke Cavell, but with a little bit of athleticism.
Name a winger that isn't called Burns who was less athletic than Luke Cavell.
Oh. Jeez. Less athletic.
Less athletic.
God damn, man.
Yeah, that's a good one, eh?
That's a horrible one.
Okay, what about Ryan Hall?
You know what? Ryan Hall at least got to play some internationals.
Yeah, but like Ryan Hall, you can't move, man.
No, but he does have some strength.
Does he, though?
He does. I've seen him push a tackler off a few times where I don't think Cole Felt can do that. Ryan Hall can't jump. That's a problem.
It is an issue. Or
But
read defense, what he should be doing in defense,
well, we are.
or know where to be in attack.
Well, he used to know. He used to know where to be in attack.
Yeah, you know where he used to be in attack? Across from another pommy winger, and that's why he scored tries.
Yeah, I don't know. I think that's a very, very hard comparison to be making there. Trying to pick the best out of those two.
Okay, here's a question for you. All right, would you take Luke Covell in an average season, or Ryan Hall in anything he's done in the NRL?
Cavell.
That exactly.
I'll tell you why. And it's not just because I'm bashing on a pommy here.
Yeah, because you do that a lot.
Yeah.
I thought I'd let you know that it's becoming a problem, Andrew. But anyway,
Luke Cavell will give you the same strong hit up in the first minute that he'll give you in the 80th minute, and he'll do it the whole game.
Yeah.
This is the thing, okay? And he may not get many post-contact meters, but...
Well, none at all, but...
I know, you'd usually get one out of him. But there'd be a lot of times where he was not afraid to go and play in the second row at the West Tigers, and even at Cronulla when he was there, when there might have been a player down or something like that, or they were down an interchange player. He would jump into the second row and help out there, and he would hold his own. He was, unlike a lot of wingers who can't tackle for shit, he could actually go in there and actually make tackles and stick to them. It was kind of like Corey Oates, but slower. And that's Luke Cavell. Plus, he's a bloody good goal kicker.
Here's a question, right? Who are some of the players that you've seen in your lifetime, like a Pat Richards, who it's like, oh, what's their big thing? Oh, yeah, kickoffs.
Andy Courier.
The kickoffs. Good. Who?
Andy Courier.
Okay, what was his thing?
Goal kicker.
Okay.
That's it.
Now,
he played for Balmain in 1989.
Yeah.
He only played about 14 games that year, but became the highest point scorer that season. Made it to the 89 grand final, which obviously Balmain lost. He came back for a few more games the following season and scored, I don't know, kicked 15 goals or something like that in 5 games. Brilliant goal kicker. That's it.
Now,
defensively pathetic.
Yeah, well, most Pommy wingers are, you know.
But I mean, this is a 1980s Pommy centre.
Yeah.
They were a little bit better back then, and didn't have much pace. He somehow, after that 1989 run with Balmain, where he had about 14 games at the absolute peak of his career, managed to play Test footy for Great Britain, and got found out very quickly and didn't play for Great Britain ever again. Went back to England and didn't have much of a career after the Balmain stint either. Just had a glorious 12 months. Well, not quite that much.
Do you reckon that you would put Darryl Halligan into the same class?
Definitely.
Yeah, because he was a great goal kicker, right?
Yeah.
But I think the thing about Halligan was that he never let you down in any of the other shit either, though. Like, it wasn't like he was a pathetic defender.
I guess, but I mean, if he couldn't kick goals, he wasn't playing first grade at all.
I think that's fair to say. I think that's very fair to say.
Yeah. He would have struggled to get a reserve grade spot if he wasn't a goal kicker.
Trying to think of other players that had like a gimmick, the one gimmick that they had. Like, remember, and it's maybe underselling him a little bit, but do you remember Paliacina, who would do these really massive long run-ups, and he'd hit the ball at 1,000,000 miles an hour, and that lasted for about 6 months. So it was a good 6 months he had there. And then it just all went away.
Yeah. Man, those were epic, though.
Oh, they were fantastic.
Yeah. Dane Laurie, the first Dane Laurie, he was known for doing a lot of that too. He just ran at the line like he was an ice addict.
Oh shit.
Yeah.
Oh shit.
There's a whole line there of policemen. They're all got capsicum spray, and he just runs through them completely impervious. That shit ain't gonna stop me.
That reminds me. Did you see what I said about Tamworth today?
Yes. Yes, I
Let me
did.
see. Yeah, let me see if I can find that. I was really happy with what I said about Tamworth today. I got to find it. I got to look through my shit. Hang on.
See, I was just thinking I'd go onto Twitter and do @League Freak and then Tamworth after, but I thought, no, that will take too long to find all the results.
Yeah. Be a million of them. Oh man, I was actually tweeting quite a bit tonight, it turns out.
Until the Penrith game, and then you fucked off.
And then I disappeared.
Left me on my own.
It's Kieran Foran, Josh Dugan tweet, Sonny Bill Williams tweet. Man, my tweets are pretty good, huh?
Are you excited about Sonny Bill Williams coming back? Because I'm not.
No, I couldn't give a fuck, hey?
Yeah, I saw Fox Sports did a big ad about him today with Matt Nable on there talking about some shit.
Made me want to fucking spew.
I was like, here we go again.
And they were showing pictures of him during the Roosters game. And they're like, oh, not long now. They're going to get so much better with him in the side. And I'm like, nobody that's saying this has actually seen him play for 4 years.
Talking about a team that's just beaten Brisbane twice in one season by almost putting on 60 points on both occasions. They're going to be so much better with Sonny Bill there. Yeah, are they?
It's so stupid. Anyway, here's what I said. I said, I've been a bit harsh about Tamworth, saying it's a shithole, the worst place on earth, saying it's a place cursed by isolation, meth, and country music. I stand by every word.
I'm glad you put country music in there, because God, I hate that.
Country music is the worst.
So dreary.
And it's like about the same shit over and over again.
Yeah, someone's dog died.
Or someone's got a truck. I've got a truck.
I've got a chair. I've got a chair on the veranda.
And they're so special. Their places are always so special.
It's not raining. That was another one they like to sing about.
Yeah, it's not raining or it's finally raining.
Yeah, there's a drought. There's lots of dirt. It's red. That's another good one.
There's a farm. They have a farm. And it's like, dude, I bet your money you fucking recorded this shit in LA.
Yeah. Yeah. Like Keith Urban. They call him a country music singer. He lives in fucking Hollywood with a Hollywood actress.
Yeah. He fucking dyes his tips.
Yeah. Yeah.
I mean, come on, man. That's not fucking country.
No. And I can tell you from my own personal experience that all the people who are me never listen to country music. And I'm from the country.
Country people don't listen to it, yeah?
Nah. Listen to metal.
Yeah.
Because we're angry.
Just angry about living in the country.
We're angry about there being no rain. We're angry when it does rain because then it floods everything and we lose all the crops. We're angry because of all the fucking bushfires.
Do you know speaking of rain, you won't have seen this. In Sydney, Warragamba Dam is at 100% capacity, right?
I did see that actually, yeah.
Okay, so it's after like last summer when they were saying this is the biggest drought in history, we'll never see the dam full again. It's at 100% to the point where they're having to let water out of it, and they're arguing about letting water out of it. Anyway, people in Sydney are still paying the fucking drought levy, and they're still paying for the fucking desalination plant to be working.
Oh my god.
Yeah, how good's that?
Oh man, I feel like we could go down a whole rabbit burrow of political commentary right now.
I'm willing to say this to people, right? We do not need local councils. We don't need them. This is proven. The whole pandemic is proven. Local councils don't do shit.
Yeah, it's just more people with their hands out.
Yeah, it's a whole level of bludgers, of fucking leeches.
Let's call them professional bludgers.
Yeah. Because
the amateur bludgers are the ones that are actually out there trying to get a job. These people are actually the best at it, and they're getting paid good money for it. I just like to make it clear right now that my political persuasion is no one.
So's mine.
I vote for whatever's best for me.
Yes. I get it. Whoever gives me the best deal gets my vote. Outside of that, I'll vote for weird shit. I'll tell you this: the last couple of elections, my last people on the because I've done, you know how you can fill it out properly where you do all your preferences back to front.
Oh yeah, yeah.
So my last ones, I've written like Greens, Labor, Liberal, and then the top ones that get my full votes, I've done some weird shit. Like, one year I my top one was like the shooters party because I thought why not? You know, they just want to hunt ducks. Yeah, some really weird stuff.
There is. So before we get into that, I'm going to say now that I'm looking at the Formula One qualifying. We're in Q2, and I don't know who got dropped out. Let's see. Both Ferraris are there. Obviously, both Mercedes are there. Both of the McLarens are there. Both the Renaults are there. George Russell's there in the Williams. That's a bit surprising. Both the Red Bulls are there.
Didn't they get some investment this week?
Oh, they got a new American sponsor, I think.
Oh, there you go. I'm pretty sure that, and it stopped them from having to, cut their costs too much or something, which was good to see.
They've still got a shit car.
Yeah, that's not going to help their car, but
nah, not this year anyway. Next year it might be a bit better.
Yeah,
it's they're all in their out lap. So I suppose if we've got nothing else to talk about, I'll give updates on how the qualifying's going there.
It's always good. Hey, did you say there's going to be a fucking 2020 game between Australia and England?
Yeah, apparently Australia's going over there for a series of games and some tests and some one-days.
What a load of shit, hey?
Yeah, if I'm any human, I'm not going to England.
No.
Wasn't there a sporting team that refused to go over there recently? Can't remember.
Was it some... No, the female soccer players were playing some women's competition and that was cancelled. That was playing down in this end of the world.
There's no way no one I'd be looking at going to England for anything anytime soon. I mean, they've got so many COVID cases still going on.
Yeah.
And such a large population in such a tiny condensed area just means that virus is going to spread so fast and it's going to take so long for it to get on top of it. Yeah, I don't know how they're going to get on top of it and how they're going to slow it down there. I mean, we've found how much of a struggle is just in Victoria here, how hard it is to get it locked down on it, and we're only getting a few hundred cases a day at the absolute worst. I mean, England's getting thousands.
Yeah.
So it's utterly crazy.
The other thing too is it's summer in England, so it's going to be fucking freezing cold over there.
Yeah, and they've got winter to come.
Yeah, like why would you go there? Ugh. Hey, did you see that during the week the Australian Rugby League said that they wouldn't be participating in any test matches this year? It's the first time in something like 44 years, I think it was. And then the very next day, the New Zealand Rugby League come out and said that they won't be doing any test matches either. And their thought was that they would have to ask players to be in isolation for an extra month, and they don't want to do that to their players. So, the New Zealand Rugby League, very typical of them, throw their hands in the air, say everything's too difficult when somebody else isn't setting it all up for them. So I wasn't surprised by that. Well, so their game against Tonga is off.
I think if the Pacific nations are smart enough, they're not going to play any tests anyway, because the NRL season, which is where all the players are going to come from, is going to finish way too late. So if they're going to have the NRL seasons go close to starting anywhere near where it usually does, they can't afford to have too many games on after the grand final. I think the 3 Origin games should be enough. If they want, Tonga, Samoa, PNG, Fiji, they can all play a test against one another, and that'd be it.
Yeah.
New Zealand can play against someone if they want. Cook Islands, maybe. Who knows? But that'd be... I wouldn't be expecting them to have any more than one game if they want to while the State of Origin series is on. But those 3 weeks that Origin's on should be the last 3 weeks of the footy season this year, so that players and teams have got enough time to rest and have a proper, or as much of a proper off-season as possible.
Yeah. If you had to put money on it, is the World Cup next year going ahead?
I've got a feeling that they will make it go ahead.
Yeah.
I think it would definitely go ahead if it wasn't in England, and I would really like it if the governing body would be open to moving the whole tournament, every single game, to France.
Mm-hmm.
Even if it's France, Spain, Catalonia, so it's in that southeastern corner of France. Something along those lines. I think it would be better for the game. I think it's probably going to be a bit safer for everyone. And I don't know, the historian in me just hates the fact that the international game hasn't done enough to celebrate France's commitment to the World Cup.
Yeah.
Like, they're obviously supporting France. They're getting France a lot more international games in upcoming calendars and stuff like that. But I think, given what France did to get the World Cup started, they deserve to have an entire World Cup where every game is played in France. They need that. They deserve that. And I think, especially now how much they've struggled in the last, 40 years, that's the sort of thing that would be a massive shot in the arm for French Rugby League. And I think the sooner that happens, the better. I don't see any benefit whatsoever in playing World Cups anymore in England or Australia.
No.
It should be used as a promotional thing.
I think in Australia there's some things you do get out of playing in Australia in terms of it's your biggest market in terms of television. It's where you're going to be able to draw the most sponsorship money. It's where you've got the best facilities to use. It's where a lot of players don't have to travel too far to get to it. Like, I think there are positives there. But I agree with you. I think that it's time that the World Cup was used as a promotional tool for rugby league across the world. And I mean, there's nothing more boring than holding it in England again.
Yeah. I just think that we need to start using the show, the absolute showpiece event that we have in International Rugby League, and showing it to more countries than the 2 where the game is already well established.
I wonder if the 2021 World Cup gets scaled back, because there's a lot of teams taking part in it. There's a lot of teams that have zero chance of winning it. That's not to say they don't deserve to be there. It's just a fact that they're not, a lot of these teams aren't going to win it. And I think that if you scaled it back, you could scale it back, cut it down, still have a world champion declared, but you would be exposing players to way less of a chance of getting COVID. And we've seen in Australia, the players for the most part have been very good about staying isolated. We've seen in Super League, for the most part, players have been terrible at it.
Yeah. Something that could be considered as an option is you have a Northern Hemisphere champion play a Southern Hemisphere champion. And it's not exactly the fairest option, because there's obviously every likelihood that the 2 best teams in the world are from the Southern Hemisphere. But if you market it well, it's kind of like having 2 World Cups at once. So the Southern Hemisphere one may well be the ultimate World Cup, and the Northern Hemisphere, you'll get a winner up there, and then you have the 2 winners play each other. And that way, you don't actually have too many people leaving their current NRL or Super League bubble, so to speak.
Yeah.
There's only a few teams that would be doing that. You're looking at, Greece, because they'd probably have to play you'd have to have them in the Northern Hemisphere one. I dare say a number of their players are down here. But that's probably an option they could look at, which might be, it's not easy to have a fair system when you've got to divide everything. That's probably the fairest system they could probably come up with. And I dare say the RFL would like that, because it'd give them a good chance to get England into the final.
Yeah, because look, I think they've got no idea what they're in for. They're in the same group as Samoa. Like the Samoan team should smash them if they get their shit together.
That's the thing. Samoa they're very good on paper, but they can be inconsistent, which is something that probably works in England's favour. I think if England had been put in a group with Tonga, they'd struggle even worse. They're a chance against Samoa. I wouldn't say they're a chance against Tonga.
Yeah. And that's just because Samoa sometimes they don't turn up, which is kind of weird.
Well, they don't have the quality in the spine that Tonga has. I think that's their biggest issue. Everywhere else across the field, they're strong. The spine is only weak point.
They've got Luai in the halves. Like, if you go down to their current squad, right, they've got so many good players. George Tafua, Norfoluma, Jermaine Asako, Harris Tavita at 5'8", Mason Lino, fucking Newcastle Knights, Jerome Luai from the Panthers. He's been playing great this year when he's not lying down. They've got so much talent there. And if they just pull it together, they will be very, very good. But the problem is they're poorly run. They're really poorly run, and they're poorly coached.
Yeah, they could probably do with an improved coach, I guess. But yeah, there's no reason why they can't be better. And this is the thing, okay? When it comes to the World Cup,
yeah,
probably not in past ones, but this upcoming one and moving forward,
yeah.
Do you have a second team other than Australia?
Tonga.
See,
if looking at this World Cup, right, and I'm looking at the pools right now. It's just on it's on Rugby League Project, okay?
Yeah.
I'm looking at the pools right now, and the teams that interest me in this World Cup are Samoa. I always love watching France. I'm looking forward to seeing Fiji play. I'm interested to see Jamaica play because I don't think I've seen Jamaica play. And then Tonga, PNG, and the Cook Islands. And they're the teams that excite me about the World Cup. I expect Australia to win it quite comfortably because I think we've got a new generation of players that are... when I was putting together my Australian team, I was like, this is kind of ridiculous. This is unfair. New Zealand, you never know if they're going to turn up or not, so I can't get excited about them. And England's England, so it's, why would you ever get excited about England? But that's what excites me about the World Cup, is not so much seeing Australia, it's seeing all those other teams, and I've got this real feeling that the World Cup is going to just be Australia and Tonga eyeing each other off the entire time until they play in the final.
Yeah, see, for me, I've always had a soft spot for France.
Mm-hmm.
And Papua New Guinea.
Mm-hmm.
I just love the way the PNG team plays.
Yeah.
Like, it is rip in, no fucks given. They're unrelenting. I love that about them.
It's... I love that you see them play against fully professional sides, like even like a team like Australia, and they just tear in. There's no self-preservation at all, and you've got to give 100% to beat them, even if you're Australia. Because if you just give 90%, there's a real chance that PNG is going to just bash you out of the game.
Exactly. I love that about them. Such a physical, brutal team. I fucking love watching them play. I wish there was more of their players playing in the NRL, especially their forwards. Because I think, imagine if you could get those players with that physicality and just add a touch of class to them, like the actual ball playing skill. Oh, man.
Yeah. The other thing that probably holds them back is that they don't produce big forwards. Like the giant, and when I say big forwards, I'm talking like giant people. It's not many countries can fucking say they do produce giant people. But PNG, their test team tends to be very nuggety sort of players.
Yeah. And
their bigger players, they're big people, but they're playing against the likes of like Payne Haas and that, who are these giants,
Yeah, they're
if they could get...
They're big without being mobile.
Yeah, exactly. So if they could do that, it would help them a lot. But man, it's interesting. But it's interesting to see what people want to get out of different World Cups. I would say that if you got some English people and asked them what they were looking forward to, it would be wildly different to what you and me have just said.
I know we're going for England versus Wales in the final.
Yeah.
Um, just looking at the last 5 seconds of stage 2 in the qualifying here.
Mm-hmm.
Hamilton at the top, followed by Bottas, Verstappen, Ricciardo at 4th. Go the Aussie. Stroll at 5, Ocon at 6, Perez 7, Albon at 8, Kvyat's just snuck into 9th. Oh, he's down to 10th. Norris has come in at 9th. Gasly, Sainz, Leclerc, Russell and Vettel, both the Ferraris, are out. Sainz has just gone up.
Wow.
And they're a long way out. So
Vettel's just throwing his hands in the air at this point, huh?
Yeah. Leclerc's 13th, Vettel 14th. Yeah, Vettel's thrown the towel in.
I remember writing a number of years ago saying that we should maybe move away from having the World Cup and looking towards calling it the Rugby League World Championship, and maybe looking at a different format where it's almost a league format and you end up with almost like your 4 nations on the 4th year would be what you would consider to be the semi-finals.
Okay, we did have a system similar to this for 2 World Cups.
Yeah, but I think that system was more of just a pure league system, and then the top 2 played each other from memory.
So it was 1985 to 88, and then 1989 to 92. And the way it worked was the competing nations, the 3rd test of every test series they played in, and every test series had to have 3 tests. The 3rd test would be the World Cup game. And when you think about it, it was a pretty smart idea, because it meant that even when you had Australia playing against Papua New Guinea or France, the first 2 games would usually be won comfortably by Australia, which meant the series was over. But having the 3rd game, having something to play for, it meant that not all was lost for those teams that had lost 2 games anyway.
Mm-hmm.
And I do like that mentality. The problem is we don't do 3-match test series anymore.
Yeah.
Do you think we should bring back 3-match test series?
I think in the modern day, we don't need it. But I would only say that if the 3 games were replaced by 3 games against different teams. Because now that we've got the ability to travel so much easier, there's so many more teams to play against, I think you can get off or get away with the one-off games against other nations. But it kind of has to be like what we saw at the end of last year, where Australia played, a couple of different teams, and I think that works all right. But, you can't just play a one-off test at the end of the year and that's it. That's all your test matches done. You've got to play at least 3, if not 4 tests, I think, to make it worthwhile and for the good of international rugby league.
Yeah, look, I think when you have things like kangaroo tours, England tours and stuff like that, what Great Britain did last year should be, roughly how tours should work, and that is you don't go around playing, if you're Australia, you don't go around playing Leeds and St Helens and shit like that. You go on tour and you only play internationals.
Yeah,
100%. So if they go over to the Northern Hemisphere, they'll play against France, England, Great Britain, Wales, Ireland, Scotland. They can go to Europe if they want to. Maybe go to Canada, USA, a game each there, then come back through the Pacific Islands on the way home. It could be a dozen games.
Mm-hmm.
But they've played against all the prominent international sides, which is a good thing for international footy. And if every team did something along those lines where they could do it, obviously money's going to be an issue. But if every team could do something along those lines, I think that would be the best thing for the international game going forward. Because too much of what's been going on in recent years has been teams on the same tier playing one another, but not playing tiers below them often enough.
Mm-hmm.
And you can't expect teams to get better and move up if they don't play against teams that are in the group above them.
And I also think what we've seen on top of that, are some teams that have had the mentality of, well, we're on this team, we're on this tier. Why would we consider playing this lower tier?
Yeah.
Not understanding that they're on that lower tier now, and like, I mean, we were supposed to have an Ashes Test series at the end of the year, and it got cancelled. Were you upset about that at all?
Not really.
Because I wasn't.
To be honest, I'd like to see a return to the Ash series, but I want to see it once every 4 years. So if we miss it this year, I'm fine with that. So long as it happens sometime in the next 4 years, I think that'd be good. We don't need to have it every second year like we used to have it. So what we used to have was Australia would go over to England every 4 years, and halfway between each of those tours, England would come over here, and so we'd get an Ashes series every 2 years. I think nowadays you can spread it out to every 4 years.
See, I would be if somebody said to me, when's the next time you need to see Australia play England/Great Britain? I could not see it for another 5 years and be pretty content.
Yeah,
I just think we know what's going to happen. We know how it's going to work out. I just don't need to see that. I'd much rather see Australia play one game against Fiji than a test series against England in the next 5 years. I'd rather see them play, Tonga and Samoa and even New Zealand, PNG, all of those sorts of nations, because I don't know what's going to happen with all those games. Whereas I know what's going to happen when Australia plays England. I've seen it too many times in my lifetime. I'm just sick of it. I'm over it. Show me something different.
If Australia playing against England or Great Britain in a 3-match Ashes series helped England become better, would you be more supportive of it?
I would, but it never does.
No, it never does. But this is the thing. Okay, this is something that the game needs to figure out how to do, and this is why playing against nations in lower tiers is vitally important. And it's high time that we stopped putting England in the same tier as Australia. We stopped putting New Zealand in the same tier as Australia. We need to start putting Australia as they are tier 1 on their own. Then we have a few teams in tier 2 and a few teams in tier 3, and then we start looking, the tiers get bigger and bigger as you go down. I think if we start being a bit more honest about it, I think that's going to be the best thing overall for the game long term. And you'd say, right, team tier 2 has to play, each team has to play at least 2 games against teams in the tier below them, and so on and so forth. And that way, you're not having Australia go along playing, Holland, because there's not much benefit in that. But if you're getting teams like PNG playing against Holland and things like that, where the gap isn't as huge, but it's still sizable enough so that Holland can learn something out of it.
Yeah.
That's the sort of thing we need to start seeing. We need to start seeing a lot more Northern Hemisphere teams playing against Southern Hemisphere teams, because there's an awful lot of games where all the teams in Europe will just play against all the other teams in Europe. The teams in America will play against all the other teams in America. And it just means that everyone is improving at a slower rate and only to the same level as the other teams that they're there with, which means they're not improving fast enough or to a high enough level. They're just getting to all around about the same sort of level, and that's it. And you need to be mixing it up a lot more, because there's different styles. The Pacific Island teams play with a completely different style and gameplay to those in Europe. As we saw, the European teams are trying to play a lot more based on skill and throwing the ball around in the back line, whereas the more successful teams in the Southern Hemisphere play off the back of momentum caused, created by the forwards.
Yeah.
And so that's why when the Southern Hemisphere teams play against the Northern Hemisphere ones, they bash them out of the game, and then once they've done the bashing, they bring out the skill and just flog them on the scoreboard afterwards. Yeah,
and look, I think that's why I like the idea of having a 3-year, and we've talked about this so many times, I know you'll be sick of it, but the 3-year World Cup cycle where that every 3 years you're going to have that mixing of of teams from the northern and southern hemisphere playing against each other, and then you've got 1 year there where you're qualifying for the World Cup, and then you free up the other year you can play an expanded World Club Championship. I think that would be absolutely ideal for rugby league. I can't see one single downside to it. It would even allow you to move the World Cup around a lot more freely. But I don't know why we stick to this 4-year cycle. Like, there just seems no reason. It's just like, well, we've always done it that way, and I just don't understand it.
Well, yeah, I mean, the reason for it was because it didn't clash with tours.
Yeah, and like, we don't have real tours anymore.
No, but obviously we are having pushes to have tours return. You know, I don't mind the return of tours. And as I said, so long as we're playing international games only on those tours, then that would justify the reason for having World Cups every 4 years. But yeah, I'm fine with them being every 3 years. I think that makes a little bit more sense.
Yeah, and the other thing is too, when people talk about tours, there's only 3 teams they're talking about. And I think the International Rugby League needs to focus on everyone finally, and not be so, the days of like them saying, oh, we're going to release the international calendar, and they'd release Australia and New Zealand and England's fucking calendar and not anybody else's. And then it was up to all these other countries that they had to sort out their own shit. Like, those days need to be long gone. And I think that we're getting away from them, which is a good thing. But
I will say the last 2 years they have actually got away from that. We're starting to see a lot more European games. There's actually an increase in games in Africa.
Yeah.
And they're not just games which are one-offs either, which had been a problem too often in the past. They're actually putting them into meaningful competitions now. So last year we had the first African tournament, was it MEA Championship, something like that. And we're seeing some more genuine European competitions coming along. It has taken a while, but they're definitely moving in the right direction and in a big way, which is long overdue, thankfully. It's long overdue, sadly, but thankfully it's actually in place now. It's good to see. They've also tried to bring back a legitimate Pacific Cup, because it's hard not to want to have that now, given how strong the whole Pacific region is.
Mm-hmm.
I'd like to see the Cook Islands more heavily involved in it, though.
Yeah, they definitely. Did we watch them together playing South Africa? Were we watching that together?
Yeah.
Yeah, and they were playing in some fucking random park in Sydney.
Yeah, it was crazy.
Yeah, and they absolutely flogged South Africa. That you could just see they were physically on a different level, like completely the entire thing. They were just on a different level, and they do need extra games. I don't think that they're, just because of the size of the nation and the player pool they're pulling from, I don't think they'll ever be able to match it with the big guns like Tonga and Samoa, and even PNG. But they're definitely the best of that next tier.
Oh, absolutely. So it'd be good to see more international games. And I mean, I know you probably haven't seen too much of the lesser known international sides until I started getting into a few of them last year, but it's pretty exciting watching a bunch of players who you don't know playing a style of football you've not seen before, and seeing how the two different styles work. Like watching Spain gang tackling on Irishmen. All these young little fellas all rushing up, they tackle one back, they get into the ground, they all run back, and they're playing with so much energy. And it was reasonably successful for quite a while until, Ireland was able to bring out a bit of their class and, come over the top of them late in the match.
Yeah, like I think it was really only about 117 minutes into that game where they really kicked on.
Yeah, it was 170 minutes into the first half.
Yeah.
Yeah, it took a while.
The thing that I think I miss from when I was a youngster watching Australia play Great Britain would be when you would see all of our stars go over there, and every so often Great Britain would have a different player you had never seen play before, and you learnt about them watching them during a series, and that was always really exciting.
I love that about watching Australia play New Zealand. I used to love that in the 80s.
Yeah.
Because we barely saw any of those Kiwi players in Australia at the time.
No, they were from it's weird. They were like from a different universe, eh?
Yeah.
It's weird that so much interconnected now. Um, but yeah, and so like I really hope that we see a bunch of internationals at the end of this year, so that you and me can jump on and do what we did last year, just watch the game, half call them, talk about what we're watching, and enjoy it with people that are hopefully tuning in. Because it was so much fun. Like I think it's one of the funnest things we've done on the podcast, quite honestly.
Oh, yeah,
Um,
absolutely.
but yeah, it's I it pisses me off when I see people say, "Oh, international rugby league, Australia and England." It's like I don't. That's fucking part bores me. I want to see all these other teams play. Like the next game I'm looking forward to is whatever game that Tonga's going to play next, because they're the as far as I'm concerned, they beat Australia last time out, and they hold the fucking title belt in my opinion, and you know I just want to see what they do with it.
Yeah, absolutely.
I have an email here that was sent
Ooh.
from Adam Webb. He's been a long time follower of mine. And I thought I'd read it out because it's a little bit about what we're talking about here. He says, "Hi, Freaky. I quite enjoyed the best and worst teams episodes, but especially the episode about the problems with British League. Such a shame. I got bored watching the Chooks bash the Broncos, so I flicked over to KO and watched a 1990 test between the Poms and us. Absolutely fantastic Kangaroos team, but the Poms were up for it. The ground," and he says he's not sure which one it was packed. I
Wembley.
remember watching the. Would you reckon it was Wembley?
I reckon it'd be Wembley.
I remember watching the Kangaroo tours of Great Britain on TV as a kid, especially those midweek games where we played the British club teams in the freezing cold and rain and just squeaked out a win. Great days. On a complete aside, how do you know so much about Super League and the English league scene? Thanks, Adam.
Well, we're experts.
Well, Adam, yeah, I'm a fucking expert. No, you know what? I've always taken an interest in it, and one of the things that I many years ago I used to discuss English rugby league very, 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 very in depth with on English rugby league forums. There was a number of forums. I eventually got kicked off of all of them, but it was always funny to explain to them what I felt as though was the actual state of their game, and to see them react with absolute disgust at what I was saying. And the funny thing is that over the years, a lot of the things I was talking about actually ended up happening. And I don't want to sound like Phil Gould when I say that, but I was talking about like how unsustainable Super League was and stuff like many, many years ago, and how they needed to expand. And one of the interesting things that happened was when I went onto Twitter and a lot of people had kind of found me again through Twitter, I started getting a bit of a following in England again, because a lot of the things I was saying actually turned out to make sense in the long run. So I found that interesting. But I don't watch too many Super League games these days just because they don't interest me. I'd rather watch a New South Wales Cup game, to be honest. It's of better quality. So, I guess that's the best answer I can give.
I watch any rugby league.
You watch what?
I'll watch any rugby league.
Yeah.
So I'll watch the English Super League. If I'm stuck up late at night doing some stuff, I'll always have the English Super League on.
Yeah, so I can't do that anymore. I just get nothing out of watching fucking Huddersfield play Castleford. I know that'll piss some people off. I don't really care. It's what I enjoy. And I'd rather watch anything than watch that.
What was the other part of his question he had?
It wasn't really a question. He was just talking about the English Rugby League and how we did that episode about it, and
if
how
we're honest, that 1990 Great Britain team, if we're honest, that was a pretty bloody strong side, because you consider how strong that Australian team was, and they went toe to toe with us.
Yeah, I agree. Look, they were good in '94 as well. We had to beat them in '94.
Yeah, that's true. But geez, that 1990 side. That's the last time I can remember Great Britain having a genuine bunch of world-class superstars in their team. Not all of them, but they had a few in there that were just absolute world-class.
Yeah,
You just don't have that now.
No. Like, I was actually putting together, I think I started putting together an English team. Let me see if I've got it here.
Well, a current one.
Yeah. Let me see. Oh, it might be on my phone. Yeah, I think it's on my phone. Let me look on my phone.
Go ahead. As you're doing this, there's 15 seconds left in Q3. Hamilton's on pole at the moment. Bottas is half a second behind him. Ricciardo's sitting third. Verstappen, Albon 4th and 5th. Sainz at 6th. Ocon 7th. Perez and Stroll 8th and 9th. And Norris at 10th.
Okay.
So Hamilton's finished. Bottas has come through, still half a second behind.
Wow.
Here comes Albon and Verstappen. Can they knock Ricciardo off third? Verstappen knocks him down to 4th. Albon's still slower than Ricciardo. Here comes... Who's this one? Is this Norris? Yeah, which looks like Ricciardo's not going to improve on his time.
Mm-hmm.
He's done pretty well to be in the top 4 in that Renault. So we're just watching Norris come round through the... On a Sainz coming across the finish line. Norris stays 10th.
Oh, wow.
Ocon moves up to 6th. Ricciardo's still sitting 4th. Here comes Carlos Sainz. He can't improve his time. So trying to figure out what's happened with the Perez and Stroll. I think they're the last two to come in. But Hamilton has got pole. Bottas is second. Verstappen and Ricciardo on the second row. Albon, Ocon in the third. Sainz, Perez look like they're in the fourth. And Stroll and Norris in the fifth. Be interesting. Tomorrow, Ricciardo will be up the backside of Bottas.
Yeah, it'll be interesting to see if he can make something of it, eh?
Yeah. He hasn't been having hugely brilliant starts in that car. So it'll be interesting to see how he goes. He'll be hoping that Ocon causes a bit of drama for Albon so he doesn't have to worry about the people behind him.
So I put together my Australian team.
Yep.
And I kept it because I thought we would do a podcast about it. Should I just say who it is?
Yeah, go for it.
Yeah, let's say who it is. Okay, so my Australian team.
And I'll throw up a few alternative.
Yeah, now I put this together about, let me think, it was probably about a week, maybe a week and a half ago. It was based on who I thought would be around to be selected. Some of these players are injured now, unfortunately, so sucks to be them. Okay, so my fullback, James Tedesco, pretty straightforward. My wingers, Josh Adokar, Brent Naden. I knew you'd say that. My centres, Latrell Mitchell and Jack Whiten.
Interesting.
I know.
Can I offer a suggestion there?
Yeah, go on.
I'd drop Naden and put Crichton on the wing.
Crichton Simone.
Ah.
Yeah, he's born there.
God damn it. I thought he was from the bush somewhere.
Nah, he's Samoan. He might have grown up there in the bush or something, but yeah, he's Samoan. Because I would have had him in the side of media. I know, right? And I know my centres are boring, but I think it's the best option we've got. And when I look at those two, I mean, Jesus, who wants to play against those two in the centres? Yeah. My halves, Cameron Munster and Nathan Cleary, pretty easy. My front rowers, Josh Papali and David Clemmer. My hooker, I'm still going with Damien Cook, which I know is a boring one, but, you know, I think he's going to get the job done. And that's that balancing act between who you know, the player that you know what they're going to do and the player that might replace them, but you're not sure how they'll go. Mm-hmm. My back row, Liam Martin, David Fafita, Wade Graham. Sucks to play them guys, right?
Yeah.
And then my bench, Callan Ponga, Payne Haas, Jai Arrow, Cam Murray.
Bench is strong.
Yeah, and
Yeah.
there's a lot of versatility there too, I feel like.
The only player you've admitted that I'd want to find a spot for is Jake Trbojevic.
I considered him instead of Wade Graham, right? But I like the idea of having Wade Graham's ball playing skills,
I,
and I just think having him for feeder, because Wade Graham can play like a big forward as well,
yeah,
like he
look,
plays like a big dude.
and you need like Wade is a genuine left side player.
Mm,
You can't be in a situation anymore where you just put 2 second rows from any old where and put him in the team. You do need a genuine left and right side player, and
yeah,
he's the best left side forward there is in the game.
yeah. And I just feel as though between him, Fafita, and Martin, I like, what are you supposed to do playing against those three? It's just horrible, horrible to play against. And it's the same thing with my centers. It's like Latrell Mitchell and Jack White, and I know it's boring, but they're two giant dudes that can throw people around and they've got ball playing skills. And it's like, if you don't select those players, your opposition's happy. So yeah, and Cam Murray, I chucked him in there because I don't like to get too big with my forward pack, and I think he's got that mobility that it'd just be handy to have.
Now, did you consider having Harry Grant at hooker?
I didn't, not yet,
No.
not yet.
Do you think he's going to be the Queensland hooker this year?
Oh yeah, he'd be my one for sure.
I'd have him in a heartbeat.
Yeah. And look, the only reason I went with Cook at hooker, and his form this year has been not setting the world on fire. It's been all right, but it hasn't been brilliant. I know what I'm going to get out of him.
Yeah.
He's not going to let you down.
No.
And that's half the battle. It's sometimes
I
a
guess
test.
the other two is there's no one really beating the door down other than maybe Reid Mahoney.
Yeah, exactly. Look, if I could pick anyone there, I'd pick Cameron Smith.
That's true.
Like, it wouldn't even have been a question. But yeah, that's my Australian team. What do you think of it?
This is the thing, okay. I can't think of a reason to omit anyone you said.
Yeah.
And as is always going to be the case, there's always going to be like a handful of players you go, what about this guy?
Yeah.
But I'm not coming up with any genuine reasons as to why the ones you've named shouldn't be there. Liam Martin's the only, if we're honest, is the only real smoky.
Probably him and Naden.
Yeah.
And
Naden gets imputed because Blake Ferguson's been pretty garbage this year.
Yeah, exactly. And the thing about Naden too is he's a big dude. He plays just as well on the wing as he does in the centres. He likes getting involved in, like, when shit goes bad. He doesn't mind being the first dude there. And I do like it when you pick a settled Australian team and you do have the ability to test out an outside back or, chuck someone on your bench. Unfortunately, on the bench, it's crazy because you sort of think, well, Haas is still like, what is he, 20? So you that's what his role there is. And Ponga I like because, he can play in the halves. He can play at fullback. He could play out on the wing if you wanted to. You could chuck him on as a utility player. Cam Murray, I guess at a stretch, might even be able to play hooker for you if you asked him to.
Well, that's the beauty too of having someone like Wade Graham in the team is that if you do lose the playmaker, you can put him at 6.
Exactly. But at the same time, when you're playing him in the back row, you're getting what you would want out of an Australian back rower as well.
Oh, absolutely. It's always good to have, it's always good to have 2 or 3 of those players who can cover either a spine spot or a centre spot if need be. So yeah, it's a pretty good side. It's not much I can really argue about on there.
Yeah. Well, that was my Australian team anyway.
You didn't get Moses and By in there.
Well, he was close. I
Hmm.
mean, it was between him and about 26 million other
I
Australians.
was going to say, surely he and Gutherson would have been in competition for the team janitor role.
Yeah, team mascot,
Yeah, they can wear the suit.
the kangaroo suit. So my England team, I haven't fully fleshed out yet, but I got enough names down that I think it's worth talking about, right?
Okay.
So my fullback was Gareth Widdop.
Yep.
My wingers, Herbie Farnsworth and Tom Johnson. Remember that dude
I
that
do,
did that
yeah.
crazy try the other
Yeah,
week?
he's very
Yeah.
good.
I've only got one centres, Oliver Gildart, who played pretty well in the tests last year for England. One of the few that actually put in any effort at all.
Yeah.
My halves, I got to go Blake Austin and George Williams.
Yep.
Blake Austin was England's best centre and winger, and I think a little bit of fullback last year. So
Yeah, he
had to
covered a
get
bit of
him
everything.
aside.
Yes.
Uh, my props, Thomas Burgess, who's solid footy this year.
Yeah,
Nothing
he's
special.
not having as many brain farts this year, which is good.
Yeah, exactly. And James Graham, I mean,
You're saying that begrudgingly.
yeah, he was picked begrudgingly, honestly. My back rowers so far I only have Elliot Whitehead, who I think is currently the best of probably all the English players in the NRL.
Yep.
He's just a solid forward. And Luke Thompson, because, you got to pick someone. I haven't picked the other second rower. Um, and then on the bench, the only player I've got so far is George Burgess, because I'm hoping that, he'd at least fire up and lose some weight. It's like I'm super unenthused by some of these players, but they're kind of the best they've got. I haven't got a hooker. I haven't got one of the second rowers. I haven't got one of the centers, and most of my bench is empty at this stage, but it's a work in progress.
Let's see if we can help you out there then. So what do you need? You need a centre.
I need a center, an English center.
Okay. Um who have we got here? Let's see. Zach Artica.
No,
No.
no.
Um looking.
You see my problem.
Anthony Gelling? Oh, is he Papua New Guinea?
Yeah, I don't think he's a palm.
Yeah. Josh Griffin? Yeah, mind you, he's 30.
In the prime of his career.
He is, but I'm pretty sure he can play back row, so it's not like he's small. Yeah, he's played a little bit second row. He's actually played mostly centre and wing.
Would you want him facing up against Latrell Mitchell?
But none of these people are going to face up against Latrell Mitchell.
That's a good point. That's a very good point.
Mark Percival.
Mm.
Jake Connor, Liam Sutcliffe, Jake Bibby.
I know it doesn't make a noise, but my face is scrunched up for all of this.
There isn't a huge range to pick from there.
Nah,
Jordan Turner.
Jordan Turner. Fuck.
Who else was there? Hooker.
Hooker, yeah.
Yes. Sam
I mean,
Powell.
you could pick James Roby, but he looks like he's about 58.
No, Paul McShane. Danny Houghton.
You got to pick someone, don't you?
Matt Pass. Matt Parcell's Australian.
None of them fucking inspire me at all.
No. What they do need to do is get as many of these people who are playing over there and have been there for at least 4 years to take up British citizenship.
Yeah. Have because then you could have Cuthbertson in the back row. Get fucking David Fafita in there. In Super League's Arthur Beetson.
Would you bring back Gareth Ellis?
Well, how old is Gareth Ellis now? Is he 41, 42?
He turned 39 in May.
No, see, I've already got wingers.
Oh, you know what's crazy is that he's played 360 Super League games and he's 39.
Yeah.
He played 75 games for the Tigers, but that only gives him 435 for his career if you include those. It seems like he's missed a lot of games somewhere.
He's a little bit injury prone.
Which does happen when you get to the pension.
Yeah, that's true. That's true.
Three clubs, and he's played over 100 games for 3 clubs.
That's a bit of an effort, hey?
Yeah, 115 for Wakey, 123 for Leeds, 125 for Hull.
I wonder how many players have done that in their career.
Yeah, there wouldn't be many.
No.
75 games for the West Tigers.
So, some of the players I left out.
Mm-hmm.
Right. So, I left out the Canberra hooker, Hodgson. I mean, he's got one leg at the moment.
And Bateman.
But, yeah, and I left out Bateman because fuck Bateman, let's face it.
Well, he's let's be honest, he's a bit overrated.
Just a bit. A bit.
The English won't like that, but yeah, he's a bit overrated.
So overrated. Who else have I left out?
Mark Snide from Hull.
I guess. You know.
Danny Richardson from Castleford. Stefan Ratchford.
No.
How could you leave Stefan Ratchford out?
No.
Lachlan Coote.
Well, I was picking an England team, so I didn't pick the Scotsman.
Ben Crooks.
No, you know who else I left out so far is Jackson Hastings.
Okay.
But I feel as though he would be there somewhere, but I don't want to carry him on the bench because that would be an English thing to do, to carry a fucking halfback on the bench and think that, like, oh, we're going to freak Australia out by bringing on the halfback in the last 7 fucking minutes.
Yes.
So that's my work in progress England side. It's not awe-inspiring, but you know
what we could do. You know what we could do right now?
Yeah.
Pick an Exiles team.
Oh, we could do that.
Yeah.
Have you got a list of their Super League players there?
Of course I do.
Okay, send that shit through. The funny thing about the Exiles list is the first players I think of are Blake Austin and Jackson Hastings.
Yes. So if you go to this link here, right?
Okay. Yes.
At the top of the page, you can click on the position, and it'll show you all the players who played in that position this year in Super League.
Okay. So
makes it a bit easier.
Yeah, it does. So you got to go with Lachlan Coote. Oh no, would he be classed as?
I would pick Bevan French.
Would ya?
Mm-hmm.
Okay, I'll go with French. Okay, let me write these down because I've got my phone ready here, so I might as well. Okay, 1, Bevan French. We knew he'd carve it up in Super League.
Oh yeah.
Okay, who have we got in the wings? Let's see.
Well, let's see. I'm looking by top try scorers. So Ken Seo's at the top of the list.
Ken Seo.
Yeah. Then Mahe Fanua. And Bill Tupu. It's not a huge list there.
Yeah, it's a tough one.
Kevin Nguama.
You know what? I bet they'd pick him.
I'd put him on the wing.
Yeah, Kevin. Nick. Okay, who are we going for the centers? Centers. Let's have a look here.
Conrad Hurrell.
Holy shit, Chase Blair still plays.
Oh yeah.
Yeah, you definitely have Conrad Hurrell. So let's put him in. Conrad Hurrell.
And I put Israel Folau on the other spot.
Oh yeah, 100%. Ooh, would they play him at fullback? No, let's put him in the centers.
Yeah. 5/8's a given. That's Maloney.
Okay, hang on. I'm still writing Folau. Okay. So, James. God damn it, not Hawks, James. My fingering game's off tonight, hey?
That can happen.
Yeah, it sucks when that happens. Okay, who are we going at halfback?
Well, we've got Josh Drinkwater, Jackson Hastings, Aiden Caesar, Blake Austin. Oh, no, he's British now. Robert Louis? No. Jacob Miller?
I'd go Aiden Caesar, hey?
It's either Caesar or Drinkwater, I think. Or maybe
Who would you go
Hastings.
for? Jackson Hastings is English too.
Oh, that's right, he's too. I keep forgetting about this.
That's all right. He sounds Australian, and he was born in Australia,
Yeah.
and he was raised in Australia, and he learnt all his rugby league in Australia, but he's English.
Yeah, that can happen.
Yeah.
Also known as doing a Hyington.
Yeah.
It's between Drinkwater and Caesar. And Caesar's a pretty bloody good goal kicker.
Yeah.
So you might be right there.
And when you sort of think to yourself, oh, Caesar's the more proven performer, it's like, oh, this team is shit. Okay. Front rowers.
Front row.
Oh, one of them's David Fafita, or is he? Would you class him as back rower?
No, I put him in the front row.
Him. Yeah, so would I. David Fafita.
Who else have I got over there? Matt Price over there.
Holy shit.
Ava Siu Manafanai.
Sam Moa.
Sam Moa. James Gavay. Sebastian Ikehifo.
I've just seen Lee Mossop's name. Remember when Lee Mossop came over to Parramatta?
Yes. Oh, there's also Grant Millington. Ben Murdoch Masilla.
Ooh, oh, maybe him, hey?
Yeah.
Yeah, Ben.
Geez, him and Fafita. That's a pretty decent front row, if we're honest.
Yeah, that's a test. They want a test, they've got one.
Yeah. Hooker. Holy hell, there's not many options here.
Let me go to hooker.
Kenny Edwards played one game at hooker.
Oh, Jesus. That's terrible. Thomas Luluai.
Yeah. Matt Parcell. Matt Parcell's Australian. Joey Lussick. They're your three options, really.
Yeah.
Along with Luluai.
It's not real good, is it? Joey Lussick? I don't know.
No, go with Luluai. What the hell?
Okay. Tommy. Every international team needs to have a Luluai somewhere.
That's exactly right. It's not... Are you even being an international team without one?
Yeah. Okay, second rowers.
Okay,
or
we've
back
got
rowers.
Willie Isa, Zeb Tyre, Ben Murdoch Masilla, we've already got him in the front row. Reece Martin.
Ken Edwards.
Dominic Peyroux. Chase Blair. Grant Millington again. Paulie. Jason Clark. James Gavay. Wella Haraki. Akuma Tai. Kalepi Tanganoa. Bodine Thompson. That's pretty much it.
Jesus, it just makes me feel sad.
Come on, you get to pick two of them.
I know. Oh, who would I pick? Let's pick one each, eh?
Okay. You go first.
Uh, Ken Edwards.
Okay, I'll go Manu Ma'u.
Manu Ma'u. Jeez, predictive text is not liking some of these names. Okay, here we go on for our lock. Remy Casti. Wow, he's 35.
Oh, he's been around for a while.
Yeah, guys, it makes sense when you think about it. Adam Cuthbertson, he's 35. Wow.
Cameron Smith. Oh no, he's British. Let's see. Matt Pry's an option again.
You know what? Picking him would be smart.
I think
Matt
so.
Pryor. Yeah.
Let's put the Pryor in there.
We were going to pick him prior, but we'll pick him now.
Exactly. Boom tish.
Okay, are we picking a bench, or do we really want to put ourselves through that
let's
shit?
put a bench there. Sitaleki Akawala.
Who?
Sitaleki Akawala. He played for the West Tigers for a few years.
I've never heard of him.
Okay.
How do you spell that?
Sit.
Sit.
Yeah. Aleki.
Yes.
His surname is spelled Akauola.
Okay.
Also got Sam Cassiano.
Yeah. Yeah, got to have him in there. Sam Cassiano.
Did you put Kenny Edwards in there?
Yeah, second row.
Okay.
Grant Millington, did we pick him?
I put James Gavay in there. James Gavitt.
Gavitt.
Yeah.
And then we got one more to pick.
Let's see. There's Joseph Paulo, Jesse Seni Lafio.
Carlos Tulmavave, bit of utility value.
Utility back value.
If you call it value.
Yeah, you can put him in there. Chase Blair.
Let's see, who's our halves? Yeah, we're not going to need a half for utility.
Is there anyone called Jordan? We haven't got a Jordan in there yet. What are we doing?
Yeah, what the hell? Can't have a team in England with no one called Jordan in it.
This seems really foreign.
The last thing we want is our Exiles team to sound foreign.
Yeah, Jordan Rankin, put him on the bench.
Jordan Rankin.
Yeah, that's a team people can get behind.
Okay, so we got Bevan French, Ken Sevo, Conrad Hurrell, Israel Folau, Kevin Nguama, James Maloney, and Aidan Caesar are the halves. Then you've got a front row that consists of David Fafita at one prop, Thomas Luluai at hooker, and then Ben Murdoch-Masila at the other prop. Then our back row is Kenny Edwards, Manu Ma'u, and Matt Pryor. Not bad. And then our bench is Sitalaki Akulau. Is that his name?
Sitaleki Akawala.
Yeah, that's what I said.
Yeah.
Sam Cassiano, James Gavay, and Jordan Rankin.
What a team.
They would beat the shit out of England.
I just want to see Fafita play in that one.
Yeah, that'd be interesting, hey.
Oh,
I want to see just the morph in like Aidan Caesar's playing against us. Can we get him to become English? You know, maybe he is English. Who are his parents? Do we have grandparents? And then Aidan Caesar's all of a sudden playing test matches for Great Britain.
Doesn't he qualify for one of the emerging nations?
Yeah, is it Portugal or something?
I think so.
Is it Portugal? Aidan Caesar?
that actually leads me into a interesting little fact.
All right.
Did you know that Wade Graham first represented Portugal in international footy?
Wade Graham.
Hmm.
Oh, that's random.
Very random.
Hey, Carson Brummer's back. He says,
is.
I'm back.
I just
I'm back
saw.
with beer.
Rankin is back in Australia for the Eels. Oh, God damn it, we can't have him. Trust Parramatta to sign all the great players.
Aiden Caesar played for Turkey, apparently.
That's the one. He's I do think, Carsten, that your exclamation key is probably got a bit stuck.
What would get on your keyboard to make keys sticky?
Especially around that one region.
Yeah.
You know, you got one hand free.
You know, how funny is it that we've got Boogie and Greeno as one of the pictures that comes up? I think it's the one that stayed static there for the last fucking hour and a bit.
It probably is.
It's pretty funny.
Some of those pictures are pretty good.
Yeah.
I don't know who did those.
No. What we need to do is update those pictures, hey?
Yeah, we've got to add some more to them. If people have got an idea as to what some of the pictures we should use on there are, let us know.
Carson said he was talking to his boss for 2.5 hours.
So, exclamation marks everywhere. See, you probably didn't believe us, Carson, that we'd be here waiting for you to come back. Don't ever doubt us ever again. Hopper's finger is missing.
Oh, shit.
I've got a feeling if we read too many of Carson's comments, we may end up having to stop the recording again.
Yeah. Oh, man. So, yeah, that was an interesting process. Would you rather play that team or a game against France?
I'd rather play against France.
Yeah, 100%, hey.
Yeah, gotta stop this exiles thing.
Yeah, it's stupid.
England. What are they doing?
They get free pizza, man.
Well, that is important. I know that when I was a professional athlete, the one thing I wanted after playing sport was to gorge on fatty food.
Yeah.
Because I figured that's going to make my performance so much better next time I play.
At least, you know, in the Exiles team, Fafita and Cassiano are like, I'm there, man. Pizza? Are you serious?
That's going to take Cassiano to beast mode.
Yeah. It's like his spinach.
I'm just wondering now, who is his olive oil?
That's a good question.
That's a reference that anyone under the age of 50 won't understand.
How weird is it? How weird is that? You know what's really weird? The Golden Girls used to be prime time.
Yes.
That's really weird. And it's like, what's the show about? Well, you know, one of them's a slut.
a 60 or 70-year-old slut.
Yeah.
Yeah.
It's so weird.
It's very weird.
You know what? The Golden Girls were basically Sex in the City, but what it ended up being, where it was just a bunch of old broads getting it, and you were like, ugh, this is gross now.
Yeah. I'll tell you what, is it B. Arthur and Candice Bergen from Murphy's Law? I don't know why. They scared me when I was younger when I watched them on TV.
Do you mean Murphy Brown?
Yeah, that's the one.
Yeah. What the fuck was Murphy Brown?
Was it a media type thing?
Yeah.
I never got the gist of it. I just watched it going, I don't like her.
Yeah, same here. I whenever I saw it, I was like, who even would watch this crap? But you know what it reminds me of? It reminds me of, you know, when you put on a movie and the movie is about a writer who's struggling to write something and they're really important. And it's like, dude, you just wrote a story about yourself, didn't you?
Yeah, yeah. See, that should be the ultimate no-go.
100%.
Never write about yourself.
Yeah.
Definitely don't make a movie about you whinging about having to write about yourself.
I feel like that's what Murphy Brown was. It was some dickhead that was doing all that shit anyway. And they're like, you know who's interesting? Me.
You know what else is interesting? Me whinging about me.
Yeah, yeah.
How hard my life is.
Yeah, me. What I'm going to do is I'm going to write a TV show that's about someone interesting like me. And I'm going to just basically make the main character me. And they're going to just complain about everything but be this fucking giant star in my world. And they're going to be super famous and they're going to be super, but they're always going to be a miserable bitch.
I think that sums it up pretty well. Tell you what, I'm now hanging out for the James Hooper movie.
I'm telling you, it'll happen.
There'll be a Planet of the Apes beating of, bones on the ground and then jumping up on bonnets of cars.
I reckon if he wrote a story about himself, it'd be like he would be basically a reporter version of Batman. Where it's like he thinks he's really like mysterious and just sort of, and everyone sees it completely different.
He'd play both characters in All the President's Men, and the big story would be him breaking the story about Latrell Mitchell's Mercedes.
Yeah, I like that one.
That's James Hooper's idea of what he is.
Well, if ever you want to know about journalists in Australia, just look at the Walkley Awards. Like they literally have an award that they give themselves.
It's pretty fantastic.
It is, and they vote themselves for awards for themselves, and they go and sit in front of themselves and clap themselves when they win their own awards. Like, you fucking wankers. Can you imagine how many sociopaths are in that room?
I remember as a bit of a joke one year, I asked if I could be nominated for an award, and I even suggested which award it is I should win. And it was just an award I made up. It was the Andrew Ferguson Award for Excellence in Rugby League Journalism. And then I put down the nominees as just me. I wanted to make sure I won.
I tell you something. Go to this is brilliant. Carson's just sent this through. Go to the podcasting Twitter, right? And have a look at the picture of these fucking people that run the game in England. Hang on. Okay. Yeah, I can still say that. Yeah, it's all right. I don't want to get in trouble, man.
Okay, was it in the DMs or?
No. It's just it's in our replies.
Okay.
It's so goofy.
You know what?
Yeah.
We were struggling with it before, but now it's pretty clear to me. That is the England Test forward pack.
That would work. I feel like Ralph Rimmer, in between doing his power stance, right? I feel like he was originally at the back.
Let's just stay right here, right now. Ralph Rimmer has massive nuts.
He'd have to be. So Ralph Rimmer, I feel like he was in the back, and the photographer's like, let's get 2 on the side and then 2 at the back and then 2 on the side. And he's like, hang on. Ralph Rimmer doesn't stand at the back for no one. So he stands up front and then he does his little power stance there.
He's like, no one puts big nuts in the corner.
I like the dude on the right-hand side with his little Mr. T thing going.
Yeah, he's important.
Yeah, he's just standing there going, I pity the fool.
That's that little bit that's hanging down the front there, that actually opens up and it's got a key to the vending machine inside in it. Yeah.
I like that they're standing in front of that building as though it wasn't almost condemned about 3 weeks ago. There's nothing in it.
Yeah.
That sums up a rugby football league. They're all standing proudly in front of a fucking hotel that they basically picked up by default because no one wanted it.
I believe the Huddersfield Council finally bought it.
Yeah.
Yeah. And I think the reason why no one wanted it is because it's heritage listed, and so they couldn't change anything structurally to it. And it does need a little bit of work done inside. I'm going off a bit of a hazy memory because I think when I was last there it was 2015.
Yeah.
They shut it down in 2013, just weeks before I got there, and I didn't realise it at the time.
Well, man, that sucks. I used to watch a show. I can't remember what it was called, but it was done by a presenter called Sarah Beanie, and I can't remember what it's called. But she used to talk about how these heritage listed buildings were just the worst ones to buy because if something breaks on it, you basically have to replace it with an exact like for like,
Yeah.
or you have to get it made so that it looks like the original thing that broke,
Yep.
and it just costs so much money.
Yep. We've got exactly the same rules around heritage listing of properties in Australia as what they've got in England.
Oh, really?
So you'll see, I forgot the name of the street now. The main street in one of the major streets in Sydney, where the first rugby league meeting was held in Australia.
Mm-hmm.
They've had to keep the original facade of the building there, even though what's inside behind it is completely different.
Oh, yeah, we were looking at that. What was that? Where was it? Because it was like a car park or something behind it.
Yeah,
Something weird.
it's next to, I think, Maya or something like that. Find the article with the picture that I wrote about it. Here we go. It's at 432 George Street. It's the old Bateman's Crystal Hotel.
Yeah, it's so weird looking at it when it's all like it's just a facade.
Yeah, so they kept the facade there. Everything else is, I believe, everything else has been changed. The Trumpers Sports Store, where all the first meetings took place before the official birth of the game, pretty sure that one's been completely changed, and that happened because it all got modified before it became heritage listed.
Mm-hmm.
So you can't see where that was, but that was 108 Market Street.
It's
Should look it
weird
up on
when
Google
they.
Maps.
It's weird how they can heritage list a building. By the way, this is fucking riveting entertainment. If you've come here for some rugby league talk, and we're talking about heritage listed buildings, but it's weird how they can heritage list a building to its death.
Oh yeah, absolutely. That's what they do.
Yeah.
I don't know why they do this heritage listing thing and prevent you from fixing it up to some extent.
That's how you get those. That's how you get those, like stories you hear sometimes from overseas, where it's like you can buy a castle for £1, and it ends up because you got to spend like 30 million just to fucking get it so it's a shell before you even do anything to it.
Yeah. Let's see. Yeah, I think 108 Market Street is the Westfield. Westfield on Market Street in Sydney. So there's nothing resembling Trumpers Sports Store there anymore.
Yeah.
Which is sad.
Yeah, in a way.
If it's not that, it's where David Jones is. It's one of those two anyway.
Yeah, and there's no other store like David Jones.
Wow, Trumpers Sports Store was pretty fucking good.
It was pretty good. Hey, do you find it weird how because you're down there in fucking COVIDville, do you find it's weird how they think Myer is something special?
Yeah. It's just a normal department store with more expensive products inside it.
Yeah, it's a rip-off store, basically.
Yeah, I don't get it. So there's this weird thing I find with department stores is if you jack up the prices of your stuff so that you're the most expensive, people think that you're also the most luxurious. Oh, we've got to pay an extra $57 for this iPad. It must be a much more important iPad. No, it's the same fucking one.
Yeah. Oh, but look at the bag they give you as you're leaving.
Yeah, it's
like,
a plastic bag with Myer on it. It's the same one that Woolworths use when you go and buy a bunch of fucking bananas with.
Exactly.
Just a different picture on there. Oh, people are stupid.
They really are.
The worst.
People disgust me.
Yes. While we're on the case of Victoria,
yeah,
they had a storm a couple of weeks ago here, and it caused some sort of issue with the water supply.
I saw that.
and the water supply that feeds most of Melbourne.
Yeah.
And it meant that most of the Melbourne suburbs, including the one where I live in, was not allowed to use the tap water for drinking or for washing infants in and stuff like that, because they didn't know if it was sanitary.
Mm-hmm. And was it from Cryptosporidium?
Oh, no one knows. And so I got a text message about an hour before we started this live show saying that the suburb I live in is the only one that's been cleared to say that the water is fine here.
That's some dodgy shit.
Out of 80 postcodes, somehow the water that comes in the pipe here is clean, but not in all the other pipes.
So I take it you've been chugging water straight from the tap ever since?
But I've got it intravenously into my arm.
Oh, nice.
It should be fine.
Cool.
I'm sure by come tomorrow I'll have shat about 65 litres. 2 kidneys.
You know, in North America they call it beaver fever. I'm serious. That's what they call it. When you get Giardia or Cryptosporidium, and I know this from the hunting podcasts I listen to. Yes. They have filters that they take, so they scoop the water out the rivers and stuff, and it filters through, and they sometimes put chemicals and stuff in it, and then they drink it. Because it stops them getting beaver fever. There
you go. Well, see, the point I was almost getting to that I almost forgot was that when this whole drama happened with the water, it took about, say, 35, 40 minutes for the 50,000 people that live out near where I am to go to all of the supermarkets out here, and there's several of them, and completely wipe out all the bottles of water that they had.
Oh, Jesus.
And I finally found a place that sold water, and I got a 24 pack of these bottles of water. I mean, we always have, we go through a pack of bottled water a week here. So it was basically just doing what we always do. And the shopkeeper says, "Oh, did you just want the 1 pack?" I went, "Well, yeah, I'm not a greedy bastard. Someone else might want some. I'm not going to pinch everyone's water just because I want some.
Yeah,
I'll take what I need. Everyone else, if they did the same thing, we wouldn't have water shortages."
Yeah.
And besides, it's all you got to do is put the water in the kettle, boil it, and then pour it into a jug and stick it in the fridge or the freezer until it cools down. Then you can drink it. It's perfectly safe that way. But no, we need that bottled water.
Yeah, but you've got to, if it's Giardia and Cryptosporidium, they reckon you need to boil it for a number of minutes, right? And that's fair enough. That's fine. But, man, that stuff messes with your guts. I've had that before. When Sydney's water got fucked over, going back years and years, and I used to just drink shitloads of water out of the tap, and it makes me sick when I do it now. Because of that time when I got sick from it, I've never been able to drink the tap water in Sydney again. I have to drink bottled water. It sucks.
Yeah, the Sydney tap water though is I don't believe they actually ever cleaned it.
Wouldn't shock me.
That stuff was filthy.
Yeah, wouldn't shock me. And it it's rotten and there's times where I have, because I'm always really careful, even when I'm in the shower, I don't let the water get in my mouth or anything like that. And I've got to be really careful because, you're lathering up and everything, being all sexy in the shower like that. And so, but I can tell when I've accidentally ingested water wherever it may be, and I'll get sick from it, and I'll be like, man, I bet it was that.
That's gotta suck.
It does. It does. Yeah.
So yeah, that was my fun story for today. So I think the moral of that story is fuck people.
Yeah. Yeah, I'd like to fuck people. I mainly stick to people. We're going to get kicked off if we keep this up.
You never know. But yeah, I can say though about the George Hotel, and I say this because I've been speaking with Tony Collins just recently.
Yeah.
Fergo and the Freak's very own Tony Collins.
Yeah.
He's been spearheading a push to have the the Huddersfield Council buy the George Hotel with the sole purpose of turning into a genuine rugby league museum.
Mm-hmm.
And I do believe they're going to call it the National Rugby League Museum.
Oh, that's going to be so cool.
And it's going to be brimming with anything they can find. Apparently, not just the stuff that Steve-O had when it was there, but there's a lot of other stuff that they apparently know of that's in storage. I know of, several thousand hours worth of video footage they've got of games that's in warehouses, which they'd probably try and put onto, try and digitize and have it available for people to watch clips and stuff of there. Programs. They got tons of programs.
When I went over... Sorry, go on.
I was going to say, they've got tons of stuff to put in there. Plus, they've got plenty of stuff from Australia they can put in there too, from the Kangaroos tours and the like. So, they've got more than enough stuff to put in there. They will fill it. There
was, when I went over there, it was just amazing. I managed to... Because I went during the week. I can't remember what day it was, but I went, and so it was a weird time. Like, it wasn't like there was anyone else there. And I spent probably 2 to 2.5 hours there talking to the guy that was the caretaker for the day there. He was a volunteer, and went around the whole exhibition, and we were talking about all the different things, talking about different players and stuff. And while I was there, only 2 other people entered, and it was just so amazing. It was fantastic. The only thing I wish I'd been able to get pictures of it, and this was back when phone cameras weren't good enough, and I just didn't have a normal camera. But I'll always remember that. It was fantastic, and I still have to go and see what they've got there at the NRL headquarters. But every time I think to myself, I'll go and do that, then there's a pandemic breaks out or something weird,
Well, I don't even know if that's still there or not.
Well, if it's not, it's a disgrace.
Well, it's because weren't they planning on moving the NRL headquarters? And so that was going to be going with it.
No, because they've got they've got the headquarters that they built in
Moore Park.
Moore Park, yeah, and that was all government funded, so I don't think they were going to move it.
Okay.
Because when they tore down the SFS, all their buildings are still there, because they're brand new buildings, they couldn't tear them down again. But
if it is still there, then definitely check it out. It's not a massive display, but what is there? They've crammed a lot into a small area, and it's pretty bloody impressive.
I will say this for anybody that's listening: the National Rugby League, if it was smart, would pay you to be its official historian and curator of the National Australian Rugby League Museum, and you would be able to do that job for the next quarter of a century, and you would do it justice, and that they are not beating your door down is ridiculous.
Well, see, the problem I've got is I'm not Phil Gould, so I can't do this job from another fucking country or another state.
You can't email it in.
I can't email it in, no. That's the ruling I was told anyway.
Yeah.
I did apply for the role when it came available.
Well, you know what's better than having a current historian do the job without having to take up any office space is having no historian.
Yeah, that's right. Well, because if you've got no historian, you're not spending any money.
Yeah.
Yeah. And it's only history. No one gives a fuck about history.
What does history teach us anyway, really?
Yeah.
I'd rather just make the mistakes as they come along and then just sort of be like, I think I've done this before. Who cares? Just do it again. Yeah. So kind of like the way the Brisbane Broncos are run. Pretty much.
All the West Tigers.
Yeah.
Yeah. Because that works.
It really does when you think about it, short enough.
Yeah. Yeah, don't think too hard.
No. It's not what we do in rugby league.
Nah. Besides, I'm just going above the NRL anyway.
Oh, shit.
There you go. That's how I roll.
Oh, shit.
If I'm not at the top of the tree, then I'm not on the tree.
Exactly.
I don't want to know about the trees.
Trees?
Yeah.
I look down on the trees from the top.
There you go. Hey, I want to play a little game with you. It's got nothing to do with rugby league.
Okay, let me take it. Hang on, wait. What are we doing?
So I've got a little game for you. It'll be a quick one. It's got nothing to
Okay.
do with rugby league.
Okay. I'll leave my pants on then.
Okay. Trending in Australia at the moment is Dire Straits. What do you think it's for?
Dire Straits.
Yeah, the band.
Is Martin Knopfler dead?
I don't know. I just thought I'd see what's going on.
Man, so many people have died
talking,
lately.
Why are people talking about Dire Straits for fucking so much?
They want money for nothing and their checks for free.
Craig Emerson says that he actually gave Bob Hawke a vinyl copy of Dire Straits' Making Movies for his birthday in like 1980s.
Wow.
That's a great story, Craig.
It's pretty good. Yeah. Fucking riveting stuff there. The lefties must like it for some reason.
Yeah, good chat.
Good chat. Oh, shit.
Oh my god. Yes, okay. I don't know why they're trending. People are just talking about Dire Straits for some reason. No one died.
That's good. Okay, let's have a look here. What do we got happening? Belgium Grand Prix, Ferrari, Ricardo.
Spain is trending in Australia.
My guess is that's probably to do with the Tour de France started today, from memory.
See, I thought it might have been because we spoke briefly about Spain on the podcast here.
Yeah, and it starts trending worldwide, yeah. That's always a possibility.
Yeah. So how come potatoes not trending?
It's a good question.
Twitter and their bloody
I bet it's
algorithms.
trending in Ireland. But that's xenophobic, so we can't say that.
Casually.
Yeah.
Wasn't intentional.
No. I should write my fucking apology speech now, shouldn't I?
You know how about 2 hours ago,
Yeah.
you sort of scoffed at the idea of us staying up till 1 a.m. to look at the...
What time is it? Oh shit, it's 1 a.m. Go on, put the bastards on. Do this. We might as fucking well. Let's watch Wigan take on fucking sunny, exotic Castleford.
Alright, let's remember how to do this again.
Yeah.
There we go. It's just got the last 30 seconds of the Sharks versus Cowboys game,
Oh, that's too much.
where the Cowboys were utter dog shit. I'll tell you what, great story. Okay,
Yep.
I had to do the live update and the match report for this game for the
Oh.
League Unlimited website,
Yeah.
and I know you don't know the song, but the headline I gave the article for this match report was Baby Sharks do a number on the Cowboys.
Oh, Jesus.
I mean, that's the best headline you'll ever see.
Sometimes you got to write a good head. Like one of the things I could definitely be is a professional headline writer. If I didn't have a soul, I would probably pursue that career through journalism. But yeah, sometimes you got to go with a headline where it just makes you smile.
Absolutely. And that's what I went with there. The match report probably is the only rugby league match report ever written that mentions Rudolf Nureyev.
Yeah, who was that? I saw you type something about that on Twitter.
One of the most prominent male ballerinas of all time.
All right.
There you go. See? High class. That's what I'm bringing to the game.
Higher profile than Billy Elliot?
Oh, shit, yeah.
Really?
Yeah, because he wasn't British.
Ah, so he's good then.
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah, he was the top of the tree. He's the Don Bradman of ballet.
He's like the Andrew Ferguson historian, but in ballet. Like just the best of the best. I painted you into a corner.
No. But please donate to me on Patreon.
Yeah. Come on, Andrew. You're always telling me you're the best. No, you're not. He doesn't.
Tony Collins got that gig. You can be the Tony Collins.
Yeah.
There we go. I got out of it.
We need to get Tony Collins back on to
I
talk
do.
about just footy. Like, we don't need to get him on. Like, it's nice to hear him talk about history and stuff, but I would love to say, tell us what you think about rugby league right now. Tell us your opinions.
Yeah, I'd love to have him on. He could probably just take over my role on the podcast.
No,
He'd be fantastic.
you're fantastic in your role on the
Because then you
podcast.
could have the Professor and the Freak.
The Professor and the Freak. You should get some sort of qualification out of it. Like, would you rather be known as a professor of rugby league history or a doctor of rugby league history?
A doctor. I don't know.
Yeah.
I think Professor.
Professor? Okay.
Yeah.
Because, like, I know being a rugby league expert, like, I locked down my title very early on.
Yeah.
I would just say to people all the time, you just call me daddy.
Well, this is true. See, this is the thing is that I've always been a bit more passive about titles, and I just wait for someone else to give me one.
Okay.
Too often it was always just a swear word. That fucking idiot.
Yeah. Why do they keep calling me fuck off cunt?
Yeah. Like there's a guy on Twitter who blocked me and didn't want to have anything to do with me because I make occasional jokes about Parramatta players.
Yeah.
Mate, that's a pretty flimsy reason not to like someone, but you know, if that's the way you are, you know, doesn't worry me, go for it.
I've made good money out of people that don't like me, hey? That's great.
Oh, it's a little bit weird. Oh, there's mutton a fire.
Do you know how many people, like, I get at least once a week somebody saying, oh, and you call yourself an expert. It's like, yes, I do.
Thanks for noticing.
Yeah. I love it. I love when people say, like, oh, you don't know about stuff. And I say, I'm an expert. And they say, oh, I say, I am. Look at my profile on Twitter. And it's just got to be so fucking galling for them when they read it and know that I've written it.
I had someone try to be condescending towards me, saying, oh, maybe I should just go start my own podcast. I was like, yeah, go for it.
Yeah.
I can see where you're trying to be disrespectful to me.
Mm.
But the problem that they've got is they think that I care about their opinion.
Mm.
The only opinion I care about is mine.
Yes! So you get it. This is why we get on so well.
I don't care if people don't agree with my opinion. I don't share it because I want people to like it.
Yeah.
I share it because I want to. And let's be honest, my opinions are basically always fact anyway, so I'm educating people.
See, that's the way I look at it too. It's like my opinion isn't there to be shared so much as it's there to be oppressed by.
It's there to be learnt from.
Yeah, it's there to
it's an educational tool.
Yeah, I don't want people to so much read what I say as feel the crushing weight of my words.
The glory of my wisdom.
Yeah.
That's
so
all.
You get it.
Yeah, absolutely.
And like for some reason when I would say this stuff to like dirty mouth soap dodgers, they just take it the wrong way, and I never understood why.
Yeah, they get offended easily.
Yeah, it's just so weird. It's like, oh, please.
Speaking of weird, I just saw a English rugby league player who had freckles.
Oh, really? I wonder where he found some sunlight.
Yeah.
Do you reckon he's been to a tanning salon?
Probably just been to Spain like all the rest of them. Whoa, what's going on with the hair?
Oh, Jesus.
Brian, get a brush, mate.
God. I mean, it's just, I know you're Irish, but still, you can't have that look. That's, you know, that's like he's already been out in the town drinking it.
Yeah.
It's like, I know it's past 10:30 in the morning, but still, Brian.
Yeah, mate. Come on, brush your hair properly. And
fucking, how the fuck has Ellery Hanley not aged over the last 30 years? What's going on there?
He's the Michael Jordan of rugby league, this bloke.
It really is. It's crazy.
MBE, man, he should be knighted. Actually, you know what? He should be knighted twice. His name should be Sir Ellery Hanley.
Says. Oh, that's great.
Or Sir King. Sir King Ellery Hanley.
There must be part of him when he sees some of these players who get lauded over the last 20 years, where he just shakes his head and thinks, man, these fucking guys, they didn't have shit on Ellery Hanley.
I wonder how he felt knowing that he was legitimately a winner of the Golden Boot back when it meant something.
Yeah.
And then to see Thomas Mackinson get it 1 year and go, that's the company I now keep.
Yeah, and it's like, it's all over. I've got to stop mentioning that shit now.
Oh, James Graham.
Oh, look, James Graham's lost some weight, eh?
Yeah. He's dyed his hair a bit darker too.
Yeah.
I wonder what that's about.
You know who James Graham looks like? He looks like former security guard of Princess Diana as well. That's so weird, eh?
It's curious how that works.
Yeah, don't understand that.
It looks like he's covered his face in Milo. What's that about?
Got a tan too. He's not just translucent.
That's true.
What the fuck is this shit?
I don't know. He just made someone laugh though.
Yeah.
He does.
Well,
he is a personality.
Yeah. He's a good bloke. I like James Graham.
Okay, so how many English Super League teams would Ellery Hanley walk into today and get a starting lock role?
Well, there's 12 teams in Super League. One of them's insolvent. One of them the owner walked out of. So I guess that leaves 10 of them.
Because he's still looking pretty fit.
He does, yeah. You know what I was thinking? He looks fitter than he did in his last year with the Titans. And it's hard to say, man. I mean, he was at the end of his career and stuff, but it's true.
It is true. Who's the other guy there?
Oh, what's his name?
Yeah, that's John Wells.
That's it, yeah.
He's the bloke who hangs around great players.
The great John Wells, as they call him. Yeah. Wherever the fuck he's from. But
who'd he play for?
Sounds like a Wakefield player. Look it up.
I want to check that.
Yeah, he's like a Wakefield player.
I so hope this is true. John, fuck off, he did.
There you go.
He had 1 year at Wakefield.
Yep, that's all you need. Fucking 3 weeks was enough for me. Anyway, I like Brian Carney's suit. I wonder if you can buy them after the 70s.
Anyway. I was gonna say, is there any chance he's gonna go back and give it back to my maths teacher? Well, this bloke's been eating something bad. Ralph, ring me. You got something in your teeth, mate.
You know what? He's actually 7.5 feet tall, but he's in such a power stance. He just rests his nuts on the ground.
Mate, all I'd have to say to Ralph is brush your teeth before you go on Air Max, mate.
Why would he brush his teeth? He's about to go in and eat a fucking shitload of pizza.
He's looks like he's already had the Parsley Supreme. He's got half a garden on his teeth.
You know the weird thing about English people? He's 27.
I can't stop looking at him.
Yeah, it's not good.
Oh, Ralph, your teeth, mate. Stop smiling.
You imagine how much money he's making every year.
Oh.
Obviously, the Rugby Football League doesn't have a dental plan.
So, I did the mowing today.
Yeah, tell me about it.
Yeah, when the grass clippings were, obviously when the grass was cutting out of the grass clippings, unlike Ralph, I got rid of them. I didn't put them in my fucking mouth. I put them in the bin.
That's a bit rough. You can't help
Sorry,
his teeth.
did you mean that's a bit Ralph?
That's a bit rough.
No, look, I can handle the teeth alignment. I'm more talking about the filth he's got on his teeth. You can see when he's moving his mouth there, he's trying to use his lips to try and clean them. He knows it's there. He's self-conscious of it. That's why he's standing there with his mouth shut right now.
He should do that sucking motion.
Yeah.
That would be weird at all. Yeah. While he's making eye contact with whoever's interviewing him. We can't hear who's interviewing him, so I don't think we're saying anything weird. I wouldn't want it to be interviewed by a female reporter and people are like, oh, that's sexist.
No, it's we don't know. It's a microphone he's talking to.
Yeah. All we know is that he is 1.5 meters away from whoever he's talking to, and that's just so they can't smell his fucking breath.
See, this is the perfect advertisement as to why people should wear face masks.
Oh shit! That's.
I think those teeth have got the Rona on them.
Oh man, that's where it was fucking cultivated. Man, John Wells. Tell us what you think, John Wells. If I was Ellery Hanley, I'd say, hey, whatever John Wells thinks doesn't matter. I'm Ellery Hanley. Ask me.
Oh dear, sorry, those teeth have got me. Oh, those teeth. My goodness. I need to say something less offensive.
Yeah.
Where's John Wells?
There he is. John Wells.
Oh, thank goodness. And Brian Carney's hair.
Yeah.
Who needs rugby league? This show's fantastic.
When the fuck does the football actually start? It doesn't start now.
There's no football on. It's just these blokes talking.
Yeah.
Oh boy.
I like the way that they're all socially distanced from one another. Like they don't all just walk straight towards each other after they've finished this, camera cross or whatever you call it.
I wouldn't be surprised if Ellery just told everyone to not come too close to him.
Probably.
And they're all scared of him, as they should be.
By the way, can I just say to anybody that is in England and is listening right now, if you're not going out every day and singing the national anthem for the NHS still, you're a pig.
Yeah, what he said.
Hey, are we able to change the on the fly? Are we able to change whatever the title is for the podcasty thing we're doing?
Yeah, I did it at the start of the show.
Yeah, but are you able to change that while we're actually doing this?
Yeah.
Because it would be a smart idea to change it to Wigan versus Wigan versus Castleford.
Okay.
Live game, chat, Super League. What else? COVID cure.
What's the hashtag for it, do you reckon? Wigcaz? Wig v Kaz?
Hashtag Tooth Tuesday. I don't know.
Hashtag SL Wig v Kaz. Hashtag pepperoni. Hashtag. What sort of pizza do they like in England? Cheese. It'd be cheese.
Battered.
Deep fried cheese pizza.
Yeah. Kebab. Curry pizza.
Oh boy, I just saw the fan in the stand over in the UK.
Did you?
Oh boy.
See, they switched. Hang on, let me go back to Super Sky. See, you got to love the NHS.
Yeah, you do.
You do. They're brilliant. Look at this. This is all of the people in all the places. Well, they're all the Wigan fans anyway.
Yeah. Well, Wigan fans in a blue house.
What a bunch of traitors. And here's all the Castleford fans. They're all just so excited to be there.
Why isn't I want to see one of these families, when their team starts to lose,
yeah,
when the camera cuts to them, they just sit there, they hang their finger at the screen.
I'd like to see them cut back, and they've all just left. It's just an empty couch.
The couches have been upturned and put on fire.
Yeah, well, that's what the whole fans would do, and then they'd blame someone else.
Actually, I'd like them to all be sitting there eating Pizza Hut pizza.
Yeah, that would be really, really good, wouldn't it? I bet they're told. I bet they're told you can't fucking eat Pizza Hut pizza. You got to eat Papa John's.
Papa John's.
We should get one of their menus sent to us because we couldn't see the Papa John's menus.
I'll try and find one.
Yeah, because that would be good. I want to see what they've got. We could maybe go through their menu and pick out what we think is worth, I don't know, £2 or £3 million a year.
Right. Changing the title of the episode. There we go. Now, let's try and find the Papa John's menu. Fancy having a geo blocked.
So weird, hey? Like, what makes them say, make sure they can't see it? We don't want the Australians seeing the fucking menu.
Oh, they're not even online at the moment.
Oh, really? They've been overwhelmed by, what do you call it? Maybe they've just shut down and all they do now is give pizza to the Super League.
So they've got a Papa John's in the Philippines. Yeah, all the countries have got a Papa John's, and Australia isn't one of them.
I feel like we're missing out.
Let's check out the countries, okay? They've got Beijing, Shanghai,
Yep.
Guam,
Yep.
Kazakhstan,
Yep.
Kyrgyzstan.
Well, hang on, why are they all kneeling down? Is there a reason?
It's the Black Lives Matter thing.
Oh, okay.
Pakistan.
Yep.
Philippines, South Korea, the Bahamas, Bolivia, the Cayman Islands, no surprises there. Chile, Ecuador, Dominican Republic, Costa Rica, Colombia, El Salvador, Guatemala, Mexico, Nicaragua, Trinidad and Tobago, Puerto Rico, Peru, Panama, Venezuela, Azerbaijan, Belarus, Cyprus, France, Russia, Poland, Netherlands, Ireland, Spain, Turkey, the UK, Bahrain, Egypt, Erbil, Israel, Qatar, Oman, Morocco, Kuwait, Saudi Arabia, Tunisia, and the UAE.
Yeah.
So they're just being racist against people in the Pacific Islands.
Yeah, in the Pacifica, including us.
Well, what, we don't eat pizza. I'm sure there's going to be some outlet in nearly every single town, major city in Australia that's got a Papa John's rip-off. It'd be like Poppy John's.
Poppy John's. What about Daddy Jones?
Yeah, that'd be a good one. Daddy Jones. In Brisbane, it'd be Papa Joe's.
Mm-hmm.
Like Sir Joe Bjelke Peterson's, and that all those pizzas will be white.
Oh, Jesus. I wasn't expecting that. That's a bit rough.
Ooh, Hastings just kicked someone in the bum. What was that about?
I missed that. Why would they even mess with a superstar like Jackson Hastings?
Richardson saying, "You're not even proper pommy."
And he's like, "Fuck off, mate, I am."
Mate, get fucked. I'm a true blue pom. And then what happened? That's all legit. Gives him a cuddle. Oh, they're having a cuddle and a kiss there. Looks like Hastings is trying to get up. Okay, that looks fine.
Okay, so he does I was going to call it something, but I can't call it that because that's inappropriate.
And Richardson decides he wants to go for a bit
he
of a
comes
push.
from behind and whacks him in the back of the head. Well, that's to me is like, I mean, what does he want to happen there?
I'd like to see the referee pull them both over and then just slap them both in the face and say, all right, can we get back to playing rugby league, please? Stop being softcock dickheads.
And backhanded slap too.
Yeah, absolutely. He's got it ready.
He's lining it up.
He had a cock too. He's ready to go. So,
that he was going to give him that pimp hand.
He's like, look here. Stop being dickheads. Okay, we're going to play rugby league. It's not soccer.
He's like, this is 120 years of rugby league, and it's come down to you two pricks.
Be dickheads.
125 years of history, and it's all led to this moment. You fucking idiots.
This is how we're going to celebrate the game. You two fucking morons having a bitch session. Fair income.
Should we do what they were doing all week between the Panthers and Tigers and just be like, oh, it's a big rivalry between these teams?
Oh, absolutely. You know why it's a big rivalry?
Why?
Because Wigan hate pepperoni pizza.
Oh.
Kaz love it because, you know, they like having a bit of fire in their belly.
They love pepperoni because of how it's shaped. I'm talking about little circles, Andrew. Jeez. Let's take that the wrong way.
No, not at all. Not at all. What's going on here? Play's broken down. They forgot how to pass the ball properly. That can happen. I guess I see some of the bad haircuts are starting to come. Oh, what's he done there? Yeah, notice how his foot got almost within 3 feet of the ball when he did play the ball there.
That was pretty good. Look, his doctor is really upset with him.
Yeah, surgeon. That's his surgeon.
Yeah, let me tell you something. You ever see a doctor that's wearing a Castleford jacket? Fucking run.
Come on, that looks legit. Technical difficulties. Don't give me technical difficulties. I will get this bloody menu. One way or another. Come on. Come on, UK. And we're on the attack. They'll probably score here because, you know, the rules are designed to let them win.
Oh, jeez.
Is that harsh?
You saying the whole thing's rigged?
Nah, maybe. You know what this game's missing?
Talent?
Adrian Lamb's beard.
Ah, it is. He shaved it off.
That's the thing I took from this already. I'm already broken hearted over that.
Yeah, I'm downcast, as they call it.
Was that not the most glorious beard you've ever seen?
It really was. It made me feel like I need to see a Papua New Guinean version of Lord of the Rings.
I just think the sound of him stroking his beard would have been the most ultimate of those ASMR video things.
Yeah, it would have.
You just have that on a loop, just him stroking his beard, the sound of his hand going through that. Oh, magic.
Yeah, I'm getting half a chub thinking about it now.
I don't blame you.
So it's a kick downfield by Castleford. Finds a little bit of space, but it goes straight to the winger. And he gets absolutely fucking poleaxed there by 3 Cas players. I'm watching this game and it's very choppy for me, like I'm having a stroke.
Yeah, it is a bit like that.
Yeah, it's all right. I can tell what's happening, but I can't really call it like this. though.
No, you can't really call it.
Yeah, this fucking Tommy Luluai, see, he's still on form, still ready to get into that Exiles team.
Oh yeah, he's playing for that jumper.
Yeah.
There's a nothing kick, and obviously it's going to go dead because the in-goals in England are only about 3 inches long.
Yeah.
If you've got big feet in England, you can actually run the risk of going dead in goal, even though you're standing on the try line.
Well, you know, it's like when they talk about how much distance they need over the dead ball line past that, it's like they say in the classics, you really only need 3 inches. Don't leave it hanging out there like that, you prick.
Sorry, I was reading Custom Brommer's comments.
Oh, what was he saying? See, I haven't looked at what he's saying in the chat for a little bit.
Oh, he's just said on there, the George will become the new Rugby League Museum, and Tony Collins is responsible for it, so it's no fuck up at last. I mentioned that already. He then says Jenna Brooks. I think she's... Oh, that's the woman who was asking the questions.
Oh, gee, see, I knew I was being possibly sexist, but I didn't need to.
And then he says, and you go in a direction where I can come on the pod. Smiley faces. And then he gives us the Super League hashtag. So I'll just edit that again. It's SL Wigcast. There's no V in there. Delete that. Save.
Excellent. Have we got more watches now?
I think it's stayed at the same amount for about the last 3 hours.
Yeah, I don't know if it's updating. We've got 6 really dedicated listeners.
We really do.
Hopefully we're entertaining you.
Who are you all? I mean, we know Carson's there.
Oh, it looks like, man, Wigan's had all the running so far.
Carson just sent me a DM on Twitter saying YouTube chat. See, I come across all this stuff in my own fucking way and do it completely out of order. Yeah. Oh, Andrew Marzalek is there. Our mate who we don't know how to pronounce his surname.
Yeah, we Marzal. I think it's Marzalek.
Marzalek?
Well, he told us how to say it, but it's like, you know what I'm like with names.
Let's just call him Marshall. We'll do what is a typically Australian rugby league commentators thing and just make up a new surname for you and be completely disrespectful to the heritage and the name you have.
Andrew Turbo. Oh, he says, but you tried, that's enough. Well,
okay. That's
the main thing, isn't it?
Maybe we could do it with a weird accent that shouldn't be there, like Andrew Marzalek.
Like SBS commentators.
Yeah, that's the one.
I always wait for them to do the English names in like an English accent, and it never happens, weirdly enough.
Yeah. Tell you what, that Wigan player just got his head crunched. Griffin just absolutely hit him with a headache.
I missed it because I can only, because you've got multiple screens. I've only got the one screen, so I have to back and forth. Let's have a look here. Oh, was that a swinging arm?
Yeah, look at this.
Let's have a look here.
He kind of fell into it, but at the same time...
Yeah, a little bit.
Damn. And then he somehow, even though he got punched in the head, he somehow got a leg injury.
It's his leg, yeah.
Don't know how that works.
Yeah, he's not happy.
How do you cop a high shot and end up with a sore leg? Jesus Christ.
I don't know. Bloody Super League. So how's it going, Andrew? How do you think we're going so far? And we're 3 hours in. Have you been listening to the whole 3 hours?
Yes, I have.
I'm not talking to you.
I'll tell you what, if we've got anyone there that's from any of those countries I mentioned before that gets Papa John's pizza, take a screenshot of the entire menu and send it to us.
Yeah, we want to see what sort of pizzas they have.
Yeah, I found a bit of one here which might be from the American menu.
Okay.
They've got the works, don't know what's in it.
Mm-hmm.
The meats, we can take a guess on that one.
Yeah.
The meatball pepperoni.
That sounds alright.
The super Hawaiian.
Mm-hmm. That sounds good.
The ultimate pepperoni.
Oh, that sounds good.
The zesty Italian trio.
Mm-hmm.
The fiery buffalo chicken.
Oh, no thank you.
Agreed. The pepperoni, sausage and 6 cheese.
That sounds alright.
No, I can't see any more. It just shows me those ones at the top of the list.
See, I wonder if when they did the deal with Super League, that they're negotiating with a bunch of geniuses, you know, and they say, you know what, if you do this deal, we'll give you all the dough you can imagine. They're like, all the dough, and it's like all the fucking dough.
I'm wondering if there's Super League themed pizzas.
Okay, what would your Super League themed pizzas? Well, say your Wigan one would just be a meat pie pizza.
Yeah, absolutely.
Huddersfield
one would just be deep fried.
Yeah.
With chips with bits on in it.
Knowing
and
a lot of
garnished with mushy peas.
Knowing
knowing
the reputation that St Helens female supporters have, the St Helens one would just taste like cock.
I was waiting for that.
And they just fucking slug it back like it was nothing.
Oh boy.
Thin crust, thick crust is like, yeah, you didn't even chew it, love.
Didn't even touch the sides.
Yeah.
Boy, oh boy. That's hard to follow.
Yeah, that's what she said. I reckon.
Look, I'll get it back a bit PG rated.
Okay.
They'll have a Gareth Ellis pizza.
Oh yeah, the whole FC one would be Gareth Ellis one. I think that the
the Gareth Ellis one would just be whatever's left over in the back of the freezer. It's been there since 1999.
Okay, yep. I see that one. I think the whole KR one would be very hairy. It'd have lots of tattoos, and it'd just smell like tuna, even though there's no tuna on it.
Oh dear, this is not good. So if you only want a little one, you can just get the James Roby pizza.
Yeah, but it looks like it's been like it was cooked about 20 years ago and then left under somebody's car seat. You could get the Kieran Cunningham special. It weighs about 7.5 kilos and just comes with everything.
Looks like it got dropped a few times.
Yeah. I can think of about 7 different pizzas from around Super League where it's just a cheese pizza. There's not much going on in it, but it comes with extra Coke.
Which Coke would that be?
Oh, cocaine.
Oh, good. Just want to be clear on that one. At some point, there's got to be a gravy pizza.
Yeah, you'd have to have gravy pizza. Cool, I can't say that one. Fuck.
God, that must be bad.
Yeah, that was the one that you would find really funny, but I cannot say that one. What else? I feel like the Wakefield pizza would just be like, it'd say it comes on a thick base, covered in HP sauce.
Spicy.
So delicious. The Leeds pizza is actually just a Wakefield pizza, but tarted up.
Yeah, they put like oregano on it. Oregano, what is it? Oregano, however they want to really pronounce it.
Yeah.
Just sprinkle a bit of that on there.
Yeah.
Looks fancy. Oh,
no, you know
what a crap pass that was. Although Marshall was a mile, or Hardick was a mile offside.
They'd sprinkle like fucking salt and pepper on it and think that that's exotic.
Oh, that's garnish.
Yeah. It's like, oh, it's special though.
So Hardick could just run up off his line way early. Got found to be offside. Correctly ruled by the referee. And he's sitting there shaking his head.
Well, you know. At times he feels like rules don't apply to him, Andrew. Oh, shit.
Oh, boy. That is good. That is
See,
good.
this is why the Poms used to love me, hey? I just know all the stuff to say.
I'm glad it took us 3.5 hours to finally hit our peak.
Yeah, I reckon. That's what she said.
All that warming up. Someone's down in the. It's not the back play. It's in the front play.
Yeah.
That's a bit of a genius move.
He threw. Oh, I thought he was going to break through then.
I think that Cas player's head has come off, and the trainer's trying to put it back on.
I'm glad that the referee hasn't stopped the play.
As you say that, he stops the play.
Yeah. Finally.
He's almost got the bolts back in on that head there.
The bolts.
Who is it? What happened?
Can't see who it is that's injured. And I didn't see what happened. Let's see.
Oh, it might be a crusher.
Let's have a look.
Don't know.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, it's hard to tell there, hey?
He's not looking in pain there.
No,
he does fall like a crusher tackle.
Yeah, just like back first.
Yeah. The RSS in his neck.
Yeah, there you go.
Just getting the bolts back in.
He maybe felt the tingles in the arms.
Yeah.
And the fingers.
That's okay. The surgeon's there. He'll sort him out.
Yeah.
He's just got on the radio there to his wife. Hey, Annie, can you get the hammer and the saw down here? I might need it later on.
You know what that man needs? He needs some fucking pizza. Yeah, that's a crusher.
Yeah.
I think you're right.
Every day of the week, that's a crusher.
Yeah.
That's a bad one too, because he was facing forward, so he sort of twisted as he's gone down.
Yeah, you know, when a player's ass hits the ground too, because then they've got nowhere. It's like no give. It's just going straight into the back of their neck.
God, that try was easy.
I missed it. I was having a look at the bloody Twitter, the Facebook feed. What's he said? This will not be recorded. How dare you? We sacrificed 4.5 hours of good content so that what we said wouldn't be out.
Exactly. Look how easy this try was. My God.
Oh wow. They had numbers in defence. How did that happen?
Yeah, he just threw the most obvious of dummies. The doctor's happy.
Yeah, he's pumped.
The Cas fans are pumped. Well, 3 of the Cas fans are pumped.
And if they could get up off the couch, they would.
2 of them, I think they were watching Dancing with the Stars. They're very subdued. Oh, he's brooding, O'Brien.
Yeah. He's a very intense player.
Very intense. He's Danny Richards, and he's got the shits because he's been picking with at halfback for the Exiles team.
Remember when Danny Richardson was the bad guy out of... Oh, you don't watch movies, so it doesn't matter.
was he in Die Hard?
I was just saying he's the bad guy in The Running Man where he says, I got to score some steroids.
Oh, okay.
Not that Danny O'Brien does... He just looks like the guy, that's all.
Oh, okay.
He's got the same haircut and everything.
Nice. Look at this dummy. It's like Ricky Stewart.
Yeah.
How did so many players fall for that? That was the most half-hearted dummy I've ever seen, and he must have just looked up and gone, oh, that worked better than I thought.
See, this is how you get someone like Nathan Brown goes to Huddersfield. Just teach them how to defend. All of a sudden, they'll think he's a fucking super coach.
Yeah. This is how you make tackles, and this is how you throw a dummy. Bam. Win the premiership.
It's like he's going to dummy the ball. Don't fall for it. No, seriously. Don't fall for it.
Yeah, it's called a dummy for a reason.
I wonder how a team like the Melbourne Storm would go against Castleford.
70-0.
Yeah, at least, hey.
Comfortably.
Yeah.
There's a Hail Mary kick if ever I've seen one. He just booted the shit out of it and went, yeah, this'll do.
Yeah, it's like, it didn't really do anything, did it?
No, it was too deep and too high for his wingers to get to it. Oh, God, that bloke's just fallen into that tackle. Is he dead? There he is. I think that's the same bloke who he's copped another high tackle and hurt his shin again.
Yeah, I was going to say, that's twice.
Yeah. They found his weakness, hit him in the head, and he does leg injuries. He must be Irish.
Oh, jeez.
You were thinking it.
Yeah, but I tell you what, Castleford's doing good, because Wigan had a lot of the runner. Look, he's gone. Yeah. His leg's gone again. You were right.
Yeah, he's limping off to get a high HIA.
Yeah. He's Castleford's they haven't had much ball, but they've done the most with it. It's good stuff.
Yeah, they've looked quite a bit more threatening. Man, that defensive line is so scattered by Wigan.
I know, it's weird. I don't know why it would be like that. Like, they're professional players.
Yeah, it's like what they're doing is they're putting the majority of their defenders on the edge of the ruck and not in the middle. Because every time Kaz goes wide, there's a ton of defenders out there. But they're just walking through the middle.
Like, I mean, I did the calling of the New South Wales Cup last year. So I watched a lot of reserve grade, obviously. And, you know, if you were seeing this sort of staggered defensive line at that level, you'd be saying, what's going on?
Yeah.
You know, and you would see it sometimes. And those teams would get absolutely whipped.
Yeah, you've got to have communication in defence, and it just doesn't look like there's any there. Oh, the world has come out.
Oh shit, that's so funny.
It's just a spot welding on his nose to fix up that hole there. What's going on here?
Yeah.
That's just a random replay for no reason. And we don't know what's going on here.
I think did the Wigan bloke drop the ball? Harvard?
Forward pass.
Oh, yeah. Oh man. Oh wow, that was a bad one. That's almost a penalty. Jeez. Yeah. Adrian Lamb's like, damn it.
So his body is cringing.
Yeah, it really was. That's brilliant. I wonder how long it is until Adrian Lamb's name starts popping up. Because did you see I saw an article someone posted on Twitter where they said Simon Wolford is looking for a move back to the NRL coaching ranks. And I was like, man, he's going to be for a while.
He hasn't done his apprenticeship in Huddersfield yet.
Well, like I was thinking, like, do you... Like, he hasn't exactly set the world on fire over there. So he comes over here as an assistant coach, but to who? Like, does he end up back at Canberra under Ricky Stewart?
Yeah, I don't know. Like, he's... At the same time, he hasn't done horribly over there. Like, Huddersfield were really bad when he arrived. And not say that they're fantastic now, but they have improved since he's been there. Mm-hmm. But yeah, I mean, taking an average team and making them middle of the road isn't really that big a deal.
Yeah.
And that's the thing, okay, I think that's what separates Nathan Brown from him, is that Nathan Brown took over Huddersfield and actually made him the top team over there until they got to the finals and choked. But, you know, that comes back to his Dragons history where they choked all the time.
Yeah. That's not... that was the big difference between what Nathan Brown was used to his entire career, and then when he went to St Helens and there was just no gagging at all.
Well, I mean, despite Saints having plenty of history of it,
yeah,
it's almost impossible these days to not win something with St Helens as coach.
Yeah, you stay there long enough and you get a trophy.
Yeah, it shouldn't be too hard. In other news, I found that there's a Papa John's Pizza and Pasta at Gladesville Boulevard in Patterson Lakes, Victoria.
Oh, really?
Yeah, it's not the same Papa John's, it's someone else.
Oh, I was going to say, when you're able to actually leave the house legally, you're going to check it out.
Yeah, it's a bit far away from here. We're only allowed 5k's away from the house here.
It's so weird.
We're properly locked down here. There's a Papa John's at Glen Waverley, which is on the east side, out near where I used to work.
Was that when you were working at that massage parlour?
Which one?
The one with that girl, Cassie.
No, I think it was Frankie's Rub and Tug.
Oh, right.
Yeah. Oh, Frankie, mate. Fringe benefits.
Tell you what, Frankie.
He'll look after you.
Yeah.
Yeah. That's where I learned about the saying, firm but gentle.
Oh, shit. Someone might have to come down after we finish with it, eh?
That's right. Right, what's Wigan going to do here?
I reckon they're going to, I was going to say go to the right, but they decided to run one off the ruck.
They're going right now. Lulawa's head told me so. See, the numbers are out there. There's a nothing kick.
They're all lined up. Wow.
So you just did the old kick for the golden boot guy and see if he can get some magic happening. Nah.
Man, I get so tense when they're running over the dead ball line.
Yeah, you think shit, someone's gonna break a neck diving into one of those signs.
Who was that? I think it was an Australian player that they did, like, they hit the signage and they went like fucking arse over tit, basically. Did you ever see that footage?
Oh, I think I remember. Was it Justin Murphy?
It might have been, yeah. I was definitely a former NRL player.
I think he's playing for Catalan at the time.
Like, that's the worst one I've seen. Outside of someone like Marcus Bai did it down in Melbourne and cut his arm open, but I never actually saw that. Like, I saw him hit the thing, but you never saw, like, even the aftermath of it, you know what I mean?
Yeah.
Was it his arm or his leg he cut?
I think it was his arm.
Yeah.
Yeah, that was a pretty nasty one.
And then there was one of the Morris brothers hit the signage over when he was in England. He slammed into it. He was all right, but he hit hard.
Every time the Australians went over there, they kept forgetting how close that signage was to the end of the dead ball line.
Yeah.
And so they'd be running along like they normally would in Australia, thinking, oh, yeah, there's another acre of ground before the signage starts. And as soon as they've hit the ground, they're going, oh, fuck!
Yeah, and the thing is, too, like, you're playing for Australia, so you're going all out. And I think, look, they must think at the last second, look, I'm going for it. But there's zero, like, it's just like bang, bang, you're hitting that sign. It's terrible.
Yeah. Yeah, has he got this down over the line? And was it double movement?
I'm calling try.
I think they'll award it, but I don't think he got there.
See, I've got a problem with the way the current double movement rule is normally ruled on. Because the double movement rule was to stop players getting tackled and then putting the ball out and saying, but I scored a try, you know what I mean?
Mm-hmm.
Whereas I think that what we're seeing is that once you get close enough to the line, you've almost got to prevent yourself scoring. Like, when you get close to the line, you should be allowed to strive to score.
I think so too. It's almost an unnecessary rule.
Yeah. Like, it's basically to stop someone being tackled already and just struggle. Oh, they got it down eventually. Whereas I think we're seeing too much of it where it's like, this guy was just fucking trying to score a try.
And how many times have we seen, in recent times especially, a player gets tackled on their back in the end goal? So the ball carrying arm hasn't hit the ground yet. And then you see them squirming around fighting for, 30 seconds, a minute or so. before eventually getting the ball down. They go, "Yep, that's a try."
Yeah,
So if it's good enough to do it on your back in the end goal, why is it not allowed to do in the actual field of play?
exactly.
It does seem unnecessary.
And it should never be watched in slow motion ever.
Not for double movement, because you need to see momentum. So, yeah, that is pretty stupid.
Like there was a try that the Roosters scored against the Broncos.
No, that's okay.
That's hilarious. Yeah. But the player had to. He literally, like, he ended up. Try line was down around his waist, but he literally had to hold his arm down in an unnatural position, so that it didn't look like he made a double movement.
Yes.
Look at that runaway try.
That was too easy.
Yeah, way easy. And there goes your 12-point lead, Cass.
Yeah. And need to get the world to back out. Carson's just said, how much will the Tigers pay for Hastings? I mean, obviously he's not talking about the West Tigers. They'll just be linked to him.
Yeah, and then he feels something for Bulldogs. Would you take Jackson Hastings?
No.
Yeah, I can't. I don't think he's an upgrade. Although I've got to say, Brooks against Penrith, I mean, like, that's one of the most anonymous games I've ever seen a player play.
Brooks basically just turned up and kicked the ball. That was all he was doing. Mind you, the one thing Penrith did really well is they cut off his options. So they were giving him the opportunity to run the ball. But Brooks won't run the ball if he hasn't got a running option next to him. And obviously Ivan Cleary remember that more from when he coached him than anything else.
Yeah.
And so he's just going, yeah, you know what? Don't focus too much on Brooks. Just have one person defend him as per usual, but just cover his inside and outside runners.
Yeah.
And that's what they did, and they shut him down. And all he ended up doing most of the game was getting the ball isolated and then just kicking.
Yeah, it was terrible. I can't believe the regression in his game this year.
The thing is, you'll see every now and then some signs of, oh, it looks like he's improving. And then you'll get full games, 2 or 3 in a row, and you go,
Yeah. I just don't understand it, because, like, I mean, he should have been a player that they could have looked to build around, and this year is the first time I've sort of thought to myself, yeah, it's time to look elsewhere. You know what I mean?
The thing that made him look good for the few years at the start of his career was Tedesco, because he and Tedesco had this really, really good partnership. They knew where each other was all the time. It was one of those sort of things, and it just meant that Brooks could put on a late change of mind play, knowing that Tedesco would be there to make it look good. And more often than not, they did it. But he doesn't have that anymore, and it's taken a huge amount out of his game, and he's never got it back.
Yeah, and the thing is too, like you watching that game against the Panthers, and because Brooks just did nothing at all, it's all basically left up to Benji Marshall, and he's not at that point in his career anymore. No, he can't do that.
Benji used to do that all the fucking time when he was playing alongside that piece of human filth, Robert Louis. Because Louis had no attacking game, and his defence was a mess. People think that the Benji Marshall is horrid now. I mean, Louis was always worse. But Louis used to make a lot of really, really bad decisions in attack, and so it was either Farrer or Marshall would have to try and take the ball off him on the last. So he's probably used to it, unfortunately, which is why they keep putting Benji at 7 now, not 6.
It just sucks that he's, like, the end of his career, he's fucking having to do that work. He shouldn't have had to do. He should have been guiding a team around the park, that was just doing pretty well. Instead, he's having to fucking try and be the half and the 5/8. the only real good kicking option. It's too much for him at this point. Once
Yeah,
upon a time, he used to do it all,
yeah. Well,
but
most of his career at the Tigers, he had to do it all.
yeah, yeah,
Um, but yeah, he should be a support player now, not the key playmaker.
yeah.
We shouldn't be in a situation where Benji Marshall now is the best half attacking option we have at the club, given we've got a few options there. But that's the case where we have. That's how bad the Tigers are.
Yeah, and that, like the crazy thing is, like you look towards next year, and if you look at like the halves and the hooker situation, and if you had to say who's the most stable of them all, it's fucking old man Benji Marshall still. And that's like, how does the club let themselves get in that situation? Because Liddell is, you never know what his injury situation is going to be.
And that's the
And
only issue with Little is you don't know if his body will hold up.
mm,
His play, as we've seen, his play is pretty solid. I mean,
mm,
even though the Tigers were not in the game today, he wasn't disgraceful.
mm,
You know, he'll always stand his own, and he didn't look like he was actually that far behind Harry Grant either.
mm,
Grant is better. That's crystal clear.
yeah,
But Little in attack is not too far behind him. Defensively, he's comfortably well behind because
yeah.
Grant covers a lot of work, you know, in defence.
Yeah, he really does. I think, I mean, they showed his stats. He averages something like 44 tackles a game, which
Mm.
surprised me a little bit.
Yeah, he gets through a lot of work. Well, we're going to make a break, almost get to the try line. But some poor passing options at the end there. Pull down 5 metres short. Oh, change of play by Hastings. Oh, another change of play. What a shit pass. Oh my god, that is atrocious. And got lucky because Claire tried to intercept it. It was over his head and he's knocked it on. And that's not... I can't be criticising Claire there because that option by Wigan was diabolically bad. Not even Braithen Nasser would do something that's shithouse.
Well,
And we saw him at fullback once.
I'm watching this game and I'm thinking the fucking Bulldogs would smash both these teams.
I'm looking at going, what happened to Wigan being one of those teams that dominated teams? They are struggling hard here.
Yeah.
And Kaz looks to have their number. Yeah. How many times do you see a Wigan player will go up for a hit up and there's no support hanging around? Look at this. No one's around him.
Well, that's the thing. Like, they're not offering. They're not making the Castleford defenders make a decision.
No. There's another one. Another crash ball into the middle. There's no attacking options running off him. And he's just on his own again. Oh, obstruction there. Oh, God. What a horrible set.
Yeah, it's a shocker.
This is... Even the West Tigers could do better than this. And somehow it's going to lead to a try, is it? That's disgraceful.
Oh, man.
If I was that referee, I'd say, you know what? You don't deserve a try there. Disallowed. As I should do is I said, you know what? Go to the video referee and say, you know what? I think it all looks good. But no way in hell do they deserve that. Can you just say no try and we can move on with our lives? You got to earn it. That's the first time they put more than two passes together in a play. Oh, there's that Ben Flower, the bloke who punched a bloke who was knocked out. Was that Lance Hire?
Yeah, Lance O'Hire got sent off in the Super League Grand Final for it.
What a tough man.
Yeah.
Good on you, Ben. You never know when those knocked out people will come back and kick your ass. Especially the ones who are half the size of you. that fair?
Yeah, I mean that's fair. And that was the thing. It was like it was real thuggish behavior,
Mm.
and the sort of thing that I remember. I think it was Steve-O was going absolutely off his head during it, and it was right because it was just disgusting.
I couldn't believe it when I saw it. I was like, what are you doing? It was like a pretty big stage. Like, get your head in the game, man.
Yeah, and like the thing about the game doesn't need people like that in it. You know what I mean?
Yeah, and this is the thing is that there'll be people out there who will laud that behaviour by calling that player tough.
Yeah.
It's not tough to hit someone who's knocked out lying on the ground.
The thing I don't understand is like if you're running a club and you say you have that happen in the grand final and he gets sent off really early on. Like if I'm running a club, I'm thinking to myself, I can't have this dude in my team
Mm,
because he did the worst thing you can basically do in a grand final if you're trying to win it, you know.
exactly right.
And
Unforgivable.
yeah, exactly. Just in football, if you look at it purely in football terms, forget all the other stuff. To make a decision that puts your team down to 12 men in a grand final, that's the ultimate in like I have to get rid of this person.
Yeah, it's almost bloody football treason.
Yeah,
There you go. That's not over the top, is it?
no,
Isn't it amazing how we can just hop on and do a 4-hour live show?
easy, really, really easy. See, as you've always said to me, this is what separates us from the rest of the podcast.
Oh yeah, we're just full of content. All we are is just content for this podcast and nothing else.
Exactly.
Alright, here's
See,
another Hail Mary kick. And it's taken clearly.
and
Nothing happens.
just a nothing result. See, this is why I don't watch too much Super League anymore. It's just I find it hard to watch, and I get frustrated watching it.
Well, what we can do, given the time, we can wrap it up at half time if you want. It's only 2.5 minutes away.
Yeah, yeah. So I guess it is 2 o'clock in the morning here, eh?
Yeah. So, and we've given you a good 4 hours worth of content, people.
Yeah,
God, we're good for you. Might as well get all the plugs in now, eh? So
yeah,
you can follow us on Twitter at Fergo Freak Pod. We're on Instagram at Fergo Freak Pod. Check us out on LinkedIn, Facebook, YouTube,
we
obviously.
are.
And we've got our website, fergoandthefreak.com.
Yeah, going gangbusters.
It is going. Get over there and you can get in touch with us there via what was it, the contact us?
Yeah, go to the contact us page. You can send us an email through that. We will do it an email episode soon.
Yep. Also, make sure you give us a 5-star rating and give us a review, a good one, and we'll read them out live on air, and we'll also publish them on the website as well.
Yeah,
We'll make you famous.
we do our best, eh?
That's right. And as always, you can support both of us on Patreon. You can go to patreon.com/leaguefreak, and you can also go to patreon.com/RL Project.
Yeah, and we talked about we're going to do a few things for our Patreon supporters coming up. So that'll be interesting to see how that all goes, eh?
Yeah, absolutely. Try something new on there, see how it goes.
Yeah.
And don't forget our sponsor, Manscaped. Go to manscaped.com. Get whatever you want on there. When you get to the checkout, type in the code NRL. That's our code to you, and you get 20% off and free shipping.
Get the what's called the Perfect Package 3.0.
Yeah,
It's just got everything.
it has. It's got everything, and you'll end up with shaved nuts.
Exactly. You'll have the perfect package because of the perfect package.
Yeah. Oh, and we're seeing a bit of a headbutt there, a bit of a Liverpool
Oh
kiss.
shit! They're getting feisty out there.
They are getting hungry. So everyone's going to go off and get some fish and chips.
Yeah, some deep fried pizza.
As you do. Fish and chips
Adrian
pizza.
Lamb, he's ready for pizza. The Castleford doctor, pizza.
Yeah.
He sat in the stands by himself with a face mask on, and as soon as he walks down towards people, he takes it off. Jesus Christ. I love fucking 2020. It's the best.
He's a genius. And on that note, it's half time there in Castleford and Wigan. Well, I don't know what the score is. Who cares? Read the match report if you can find one. And Brocard, he's still got shit hair. He's had 40 minutes to brush that shit and he's still done nothing.
Bro, he actually made it worse in the half. Somehow.
Oh, please. Let's just hope Ralph Rimmer's not around anymore.
I just didn't know they made suits out of burlap sap. You know.
And of old recycled lounge suites.
Yeah. Perfect.
Thanks to those who were involved in the chat. We had Ron Bollerman, Carsten Brummer, Killer Venture, Sam Bayliss, and Andrew Marzaley. That's your surname for now. Thanks for joining in on the chat there, guys. Appreciate it. And
thank you.
We will catch you all next time.